Member Lewis?
Present.
Okay, okay, I'll go back. Hold on a moment. Member Lewis?
Present.
Member Brown, I'm sorry, Vice Chair Brown.
Present.
Yes, thank you. Member Tamaki?
Here.
And Member Montgomery Stepp?
Here.
Thank you. Madam Chair, the task force consists of 9 members. 5 members were needed for a quorum. There are 5 members present. We have a quorum is reestablished.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Johnson. Given that a quorum has been reestablished, the meeting is now called back into order. We will now go to our next agenda item, which is witness panel number 4 on physical health. So one of our expert witnesses had an emergency, so she will no longer be able to attend. But I will now go into introducing our esteemed speakers. One moment, please. The first expert witness we'll be hearing from is Dr. Joan Kaufman. Dr. Joan Kaufman is Director of Research at the Center for Child and Family Traumatic Stress at Kennedy Krieger Institute. He also holds appointments in the Department of Psychiatry and the School of Public Health at Johns Hopkins University. Dr. Kaufman received her PhD in clinical psychology from Yale University, where she served on faculty in the Department of Psychiatry from 1998 to 2015. In 2015, she was recruited to Baltimore to serve as Director of Research at the Center for Child and Family Traumatic Stress at Kennedy Krieger Institute. She also holds an appointment as a professor of psychiatry at Johns Hopkins School of Medicine and in the Division of Mental Health at Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. Dr. Kaufman's research is in the area of child abuse and neglect, spans from neurobiology to social policy, and uses tools from psychology, genetics, and neuroscience to understand resilience and mechanisms of disease risk associated with early adversity. She has received consistent funding from the National Institute of Health for her research and has published over 100 peer-reviewed professional articles and book chapters. We'll also hear from Dr. Christopher Kuzawa. Dr. Christopher Kuzawa is a biological anthropologist with training in epidemiology. His research focuses on the role that the intrauterine and early postnatal environments have on the development and long-term health. The premise of this research, supported by studies in both human populations and animal models, is that what a mother eats during pregnancy, her access to adequate prenatal care, or her level of stress may permanently affect offspring biology in a fashion that influences risk for the most common causes of adult morbidity and mortality, including hypertension, diabetes, and heart attacks. This is a novel example of what is known as developmental plasticity, or the sensitivity of the developing body to the environment experienced during early stages of development. Dr. Kuzawa graduated from the University of Colorado at Boulder with a Bachelor of Arts in Anthropology, from Emory University with a PhD in Anthropology and a MSPH in Epidemiology after conducting postdoctoral research in cardiovascular epidemiology at the University of Minnesota. Dr. Kuzawa joined the Faculty of Anthropology at Northwestern University in 2023, where he is also a fellow of the Institute for Policy Research. He also has a long-standing interest in how social inequality affects biology and health, and he co-directs the Health Inequality Network of the Human Capital and Economic Opportunity Working Group. We'll also hear from Nkem Ndofo. Nkem Ndofo is the founder and president of Lumos Transforms and creator of the Resilience Toolkit, a model that promotes embodied self-awareness and self-regulation in an ecologically sensitive framework and social justice context. Licensed as a nurse midwife, Nkem also has extensive postgraduate training in complementary health modalities and emotional therapies. She brings an abundance of experience as a clinician, educator, consultant, and community strategist to innovate programs that address stress and trauma and build resilience for individuals, organizations, and communities across sectors. Both in her home country and internationally, and Kim is particularly interested in working alongside most people impacted by violence and marginalization. So without further ado, we will turn to Dr. Kaufman. And Dr. Kaufman, you may begin your expert testimony when you're ready. Thank you very much.
Actually, Dr. Kuzawa was going to go first. There was a switch in the agenda. So hopefully that's still okay.
Yes, that is perfectly fine.
Great.
Dr. Kuzawa, go ahead.
Can you see my slides?
No, we don't.
Can you
Not
hear
yet.
me?
We can hear you.
I don't want these slides.
You can hear me, okay. And then I did share it. Let me just make sure it's working. Can you see them?
No.
Hello, can you hear or see me?
We can hear you and we can see you, but we cannot see your slides at the moment.
Ah, okay. Let's, here we go. This will do it. That work?
Yes, that works.
Okay, wonderful. Well, I really appreciate this opportunity to talk to the Reparations Task Force today about the topic of physical health. And physical health clearly has to be a big part of this argument and this story. As a little bit of a refresher, at birth, a female African-American in this country has a life expectancy about 3 years less than a white counterpart. And that difference is even more stark for males. It's about 4.5 year different in life expectancy. Remarkable statistics. And what underlies this? Well, a lot of long-term chronic conditions like hypertension, obesity, kidney disease, heart disease, low birth weight, and so on. And here are differences in hypertension by groups, right? So here you see African-American versus other groups, notably higher, right? Now, before we proceed and have this conversation as part of this panel, I think it's important to keep in mind that genes are not a cause of these race-based health inequalities that we see here in the United States. I think many of us Americans are socialized into thinking of race as a kind of indelible property of individuals that's sort of inscripted in our genes. And that's just not how it works, and that's not what the genetic data say. And let me give you an illustration of this. So if we think about all of the genetic variability on the planet, all the human genes that are out there, if there were races, you would expect them to cluster into racial groups, sort of like this picture here, right? With some overlap, but relatively distinct from one another. What the genetic data actually show is something more like this, where European and Asian genetic variability is a smaller subset of the original African variability. And this makes a lot of sense if we think about the history and the sort of evolution of our species. Modern humans evolved about 200,000 years ago in Africa. There's been a lot of time for diversification, right? Different language groups and cultures and so forth to, for genetic variability to emerge over that time frame. And then about 50, 60,000 years ago, groups started to migrate out up the Nile Valley or up the coast and populate Europe and Asia, right? But clearly they're just taking pockets of that original variability, and that is why the diagram looks like this as opposed to a kind of racial diagram as people would conventionally think of it. So the idea of genetic race just doesn't stand up. As important, if not more so, is the fact that when we look within countries, how people are categorized into groups, and in the United States into races, is a product of local, historical, political, social forces, and is not based in genetics, right? And in the United States, we're all very familiar with this. Obama made, of course, incredible headlines by being the first Black president, right? But if we look back here at our future first Black president, here he is with his grandparent, and here he is with his mother, a European descent woman from Kansas, right? But because we live in a society where any indication of having non-white ancestry at all puts you into that non-white category, the fact that he has a Kenyan father makes Obama classified as Black in this society. And this one drop rule, I think, just illustrates how when we talk about race, it's a social construct. It's not based in something genetic and objective. Okay. Now, what I'm not arguing for is that genes don't matter to our biology, because clearly they do. There isn't a trait on my body that isn't influenced by genes. But there's no evidence that genes account for why one group is over here and another group is down here, okay, when it comes to health inequality in this country. Here's a study that pooled all the data on genetics and racial disparities a couple years ago, and the authors concluded the accumulated evidence for genetic contributions to cardiovascular disease disparities in Blacks versus whites has been essentially nil. A more recent study, 2020, published in the Journal of American Medical Association Cardiology, large study, 2,500 individuals and so on, and again, adds to the existing evidence against the genetic basis for population level racial disparities. So genes are not a part of this story. What we do know is that health inequality traces to things like income, educational opportunities, differences in discrimination and racism, healthcare access, and so on. It's these social factors that drive the health and the biological differences. So that's what we've known for a long time, that those chronic differences in experience and things like stress and discrimination and so on are going to drive health inequality in the country. But what I want to talk about today for the rest of my talk, I'm going to add to that story, okay, and talk about some work that's been done in the last couple decades that's showing that experiences early in life, starting in utero and continuing into infancy, can lead to durable biological changes that also influence health across the life cycle. So this is another complementary piece of evidence for this social determinant story. I'm going to start with just a little bit of the work that we've done in the Philippines on this topic. I've been working there for about 25 years. And this graph here, what it shows is we're breaking the population down on the basis of their waist circumference, how much body fat they have around their belly. And those who have the most body fat have the highest insulin levels, so that they have the highest risk for diabetes, as you would expect. Here we break it down further on the basis of their birth weight, right? And so the light bars are the lowest birth weight individuals. And you can see that the folks who are relatively light as adults, their birth weight doesn't matter that much, matters a little more for those in the third quartile, and those who are heaviest as adults, it matters quite a bit. And in this sample, in this population, the folks with the highest risk for diabetes are those who are born small, born thin, but then go on to gain weight and become heavy as adults, right? And the difference across those birth weight groups is about 25%. So it's a fairly substantial impact. What this finding is an example of is a field called the Developmental Origins of Health and Disease. It goes by the acronym DOHAD. The basic idea here is that the roots of adult health trace in part to experiences during intrauterine and early postnatal life. And this is an important part of this overall story of the social origins of health inequality in this country. Well, where did this idea come from? Well, starting in the 80s, late 80s and early 90s in Britain, studies started to come out showing relationships like this. Lower birth weight individuals had higher risk heart attack as adults. And that inspired this idea, a model in which a fetus that's stressed or undernourished is going to slow its growth rate, and you're going to get a low birth weight as a result of that. That we've known. But what's new is the idea that the fetus is also changing all these aspects of its biology, how it handles cholesterol, glucose, where it puts fat on the body, blood pressure regulation, immune function, and all sorts of things, stress biology. These are relatively durable, okay, and they persist into later life to influence risk for cardiovascular disease. Now, everything I've shown you so far is birth weight, which is a very crude marker of prenatal nutrition, but animal work, okay, that is more experimental replicates these findings. So this happens to be guinea pigs, and you can see that this is glucose levels. So this is sort of blood sugar, right? And their fasting glucose levels are here, and then they effectively eat a meal and their glucose shoots way up, right, after the meal. And then their bodies are producing insulin to remove that glucose from the bloodstream and bring it back down to fasting levels, right? Now, the open circles right here are animals whose mothers had their diet restricted when they were pregnant with them. And you can see that they're clearing their glucose just fine, just like the other animals. But when you look at their insulin, the story is very different. You can see that under fasting conditions, they're overproducing insulin. And then after that meal, they have this exaggerated insulin response. So they're clearing their glucose, but they're having to work a lot harder at it. They're having to overproduce insulin. This shows that their tissues are resistant to the effects of insulin, and that insulin resistance is what leads to diabetes. So this is a nutritional stress imposed on a mother during pregnancy, leading to diabetes in their offspring as adults. All right, so what accounts for this memory, if you will, of this nutritional stress that's happening prenatally? And part of this story, I'm just briefly going to mention it, is what we would call changes in the epigenome or epigenetic changes. And later speakers are also going to talk more about this. What these entail are chemical changes to the chromosomes, right? So you've got the double helix of the DNA. These are little chemical tags onto those chromosomes, which influence which genes are silenced and which genes are turned on. So it's not really changing your DNA or changing your genes, but it's kind of influencing which can be expressed or not. And that can be influenced by the environment, especially early in life, and persist in our bodies as we age to influence health later. All right, so one example of that, I'm not going to go into great detail, but in rats, sort of like what we just saw with guinea pigs, prenatal nutritional stress leads to epigenetic changes in the liver that contribute to adult diabetes. So that's an example of how epigenetics is part of this story. So when we see these very crude relationships in humans with lower birth rate being associated with diabetes, the animal work really suggests that there's something about nutrition prenatally that is driving these relationships. Now, it's not just nutrition. It's also psychosocial stressors that the mother experiences can have very similar effects on biology. I'm just going to show you this very quickly. These are sheep, okay? And here you can see that, again, it's the same sort of thing where glucose is given and you see the insulin going up, right? Just like we saw with the guinea pigs. The control animals, their insulin is down here. But the animals who are exposed to higher levels of the mother's stress hormones during pregnancy, as those being exposed to a psychosocial stress, you can see that they're overproducing insulin, they're insulin resistant like those guinea pigs were. And over here, we see the control animals, and here's an animal that's exposed to high levels of stress hormone that has higher blood pressure, okay? So psychosocial stress also has those kinds of intergenerational effects. So to summarize, developmental biology is sensitive to prenatal and early postnatal conditions. Maternal psychosocial and nutritional stressors lead to durable biological changes in offspring that elevate future risk for cardiovascular and other common diseases. And the implication of all this is that the mother's experiences of environmental stressors can have lingering impacts on adult health in offspring. Now, that's the background. What I'd like to do in the second part of my talk is consider how some of this might play into the issue of race-related health inequality here in the United States. And we already talked about some of the major sources of health inequality, things like heart attack, stroke, diabetes, hypertension, and so on. Well, there are also inequalities in early life prenatal conditions as well, things like prematurity, low birth weight, and intrauterine growth retardation. So here's a figure showing the disparities in low birth weight, about twice the rate of other groups when you look at African Americans, right? Now, the DOHAD literature that I just showed you raises the question of whether these early life health disparities might in part be setting up risk long-term for some of these adult health disparities. And before we go down that path, again, we have to ask the question, okay, we've got these disparities in birth weight, right? Might that trace to genes? I mean, that's a reasonable question. And there's really no evidence for this, okay? There's a lot of evidence against it, in fact. And so one source of that evidence comes from interracial marriages. If this is about sort of African ancestry genes and the contribution of those to lower birth weight, then you would expect similarly low birth weights if the father is of African ancestry or the mother is of African ancestry. And that's not the case. If the mother is of African ancestry, married to a white father, about much higher rates of low birth weight and very low birth weight compared to if the mother is white and the father is black. So it's something about being black in utero, right, as opposed to a genetic contribution of African ancestry. We also see evidence of this from recent US immigrants to the United States. So these are data from Illinois. And here, this big line here is the white population, right? And you can see their birth weights are here. And this dotted line is African American birth weight distribution. So it's shifted to the left, meaning that the average birth weight is lower. Now, back here, you can almost not see it. is another line that looks just like the white line, and that's African-born Blacks, first generation coming from largely from West Africa. Look almost identical to white birth weight distribution. Now, these researchers did something very clever. They went and they tracked down the offspring and the grand offspring of those immigrants, and what they found is that the birth weight distribution quickly started to shift to the left after just a generation or two and start to look more like the African-American birth weight distribution. So there's overwhelming evidence that there's something about being Black in America that is driving birth weights down. It's not a genetic factor. We know some of the factors that contribute to this: differences in education, residential segregation, poverty, racism, discrimination, and so forth, the same factors that we already talked about. Here's a study that shows that 3 or more self-reported events of racial discrimination greatly increased odds of giving birth to a low birth weight baby. Black women in this study were about 4 times more likely to give birth to a low birth weight baby compared to white. If you account for discrimination, that's greatly reduced and it's no longer significant, right? So this is the kind of evidence we have for discrimination and factors like that driving those health inequalities. This is an amazing study. This is all births in California, and you see that the likelihood of a low birth weight baby is doubled among ethnically distinctive Arabic sounding named women in the year after the 9/11 attacks compared to that same group of women the year prior to the 9/11 attack, showing the effects of the kind of systematic racism that occurred after those attacks on low birth weight rates in this particular group. Okay, so let's start to summarize some of this. We have stressors, things like discrimination, racism, and so on. We have positive factors like coping and social capital and buffering that come together to influence the mother's level of stress, which then influences the fetus. Now, what we've known forever, for a long time, is that is going to drive prematurity, intrauterine growth retardation, low birth weight, these kinds of perinatal or neonatal outcomes. The DOHAD literature that I've been talking about shows that the story continues, that there are also going to be health effects on adult health outcomes related to stress biology, blood pressure, and so on, right? And I already showed you some of the evidence for this from places like the UK, from our study in the Philippines. It also works here in the United States, not unexpectedly. Lower birth weight, higher blood pressure, higher cholesterol, higher insulin resistance. This is in Black and white participants in Louisiana from the Bogalusa Heart Study. Here's a fascinating study. This is a former student of mine looking at the effects of ethnic discrimination during pregnancy in New Zealand. And more reports of ethnic discrimination, mothers had higher stress hormones, cortisol, during pregnancy. But then what she did is you can actually have babies spit in a tube and measure their hormones from that. So she had them spit in a tube before and after their vaccines, the normal kind of routine vaccinations that they get, which is a stressor, obviously. And what she found is that the kids whose mothers reported discrimination during pregnancy had a much bigger stress response to that stressor of being vaccinated, showing that there are likely intergenerational effects of stress on stress biology in the next generation. Okay, so we have lots of evidence for this kind of long-term effect of early environments on all of these factors here. Now, unfortunately, this story does not end there, because some of these adult outcomes, like changes in stress biology or increases in blood pressure or increases in your circulating level of glucose, these in turn can feed back upon the gestational environment of the next generation, all right, and have impacts on the grand offspring potentially. So here's an example of that. Here we see that hypertension going into pregnancy greatly increases the likelihood of giving birth to an intrauterine growth retarded baby, mild or severe. All right, so we see that low birth weight predicts high blood pressure, but then women with high blood pressure in turn are more likely to give birth to lower birth weight babies in the next generation. So you have this kind of potential for an intergenerational process. Now, so far, I've only talked about the low end of the birth weight distribution, small babies, nutritionally stressed, and so on. But there's also risk associated with being too large. And this is increasingly an issue with the obesity epidemic. And what can happen here is a woman who has uncontrolled diabetes because of obesity, or just because she's diabetic, her glucose levels will be higher, right? And this will cross the placenta, lead to a larger baby that has more baby fat itself, and also will have changes in their metabolism that increase their likelihood of becoming obese and diabetic themselves. increasing the likelihood that they'll be diabetic mothers and pass on the same characteristics to the offspring. Now, this is not simply a story of genetic inheritance. Obviously, genes could be part of this, right? But we have a lot of evidence that it's not. So here's an example of that. We can look at studies where women have gone through gastric bypass, right? Where they lose a lot of weight because of a surgical intervention. And before that bypass, when they're obese, 22% of their 12-year-old kids are obese. But then they go through the bypass. They go through the weight loss as a result of gastric bypass, lose weight, and the children born after that, only 3% of them are obese. And not only that, but there are also benefits and improvements to their blood pressure, diabetes, and cholesterol compared to their same-aged siblings, right? So there's really good evidence, I think, for a kind of intergenerational effect, in this case, of being overweight and of weight loss, the benefits of this across generations. So I think there's good evidence that these early life factors are going to set up risk for some of these late life factors, and that not only that, it's going to be a kind of a fading effect, but nonetheless, there is likely going to be some perpetuation of those effects that go beyond that. And we can think of it this way here, where prenatal stressors set up fetal biology in a way that persists into adulthood, that then sets up the gestational environment and so on, as a sort of, again, probably a fading effect through time, but nonetheless, this is probably part of the story. Okay, so to wrap up, African Americans have lower average birth weights. Those low birth weights trace to social causes. There's no evidence for genetic contribution to them. And then those low birth weights in the sort of constrained prenatal environment that we've been talking about can lead to adult cardiovascular diseases, right? It also leads to more rapid aging, cognitive decline, many other things that we didn't talk about, but a lot of this work has really focused on cardiovascular disease. Some of these in turn, things like having high blood pressure or high glucose levels, can then adversely impact the gestational environment of the next generation. And then this is the low birth weight end. We also talked about how obesity can kind of beget obesity through a sort of separate but similar kind of pathway that I just talked about. So the take home of all this is that unequal social environments influence racial health inequality cumulatively by a kind of wear and tear, the way that we've traditionally viewed it. But there are also these effects of these life course and intergenerational pathways, these newer pathways, that this is also a part of this story. Now, I think this is an important piece for any case for reparations, okay? Because there's evidence that all of this could be reversed through economic, educational, and residential mobility in this group. So here we see an example of this. African American women who are in the lowest SES quartile, right, and don't sort of stay there statically in the lowest income quartile, you see that 23% of their babies are small for gestational age. But if they have upward economic mobility, right, they move up one quartile, then you see it go down. If they move up 2 quartiles, it goes down further. If they move up to the top quartile, it's drastically reduced, right? So this is for SGA, small for gestational age, but we also see that for preterm birth, for low birth weight. So I think that the developmental origins research that I've been talking about today, that I've been reviewing, shows that policies that improve these newborn, these perinatal, these infant health outcomes are also going to help narrow the racial gap in adult health. So this is partly a story about how health inequality today traces to injustices in the past. That is certainly part of what this is about, but it also shows that policy changes that improve things now are going to have benefits that reverberate into the future as well. And that's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Kazawa. Now we'll have Dr. Kaufman. You may begin your expert testimony when you're ready.
All right. And can you see and hear me? See my screen?
Yes. Yes.
All right. So we've heard about and again, thank you very much for having me, and thank you very much for the time you're taking to look at these issues and really try to move the field forward in addressing reparations in this country. So starting with a thank you. So in the last talk, we've heard a lot about intergenerational transmission. I'm going to be talking about transgenerational epigenetic inheritance and how it relates to systemic racism in the United States. As was discussed last presentation, it's well established that personal experiences of trauma, adversity, and discrimination can get under the skin and increase risk for a whole host of negative mental and physical health problems. There is emerging data now also that confirms negative exposures in one generation can be passed down to affect the health and well-being of future generations through what we call transgenerational epigenetic inheritance. And the notion that there's generational trauma that can be passed on was first acknowledged by a Canadian psychiatrist who saw very elevated rates of anxiety in the children of Holocaust survivors. Since then, people have also found elevated rates of anxiety in the grandchildren, and other types of adversities like exposure to famine or toxins have actually been found to affect the health across multiple generations. So transgenerational epigenetic inheritance is how the negative effects and adversities of traumas in one generation can be passed down to affect the health and well-being of future generations. Grandchildren and great-grandchildren can be negatively impacted by ancestral traumas, even when they have not been directly exposed to any harms themselves. So there's a couple key concepts that I'm going to go over in terms of transgenerational epigenetic inheritance. And some of these, Dr. Carrazza, thank you for introducing the concepts. The first is epigenetic modifications. Those are chemical modifications to the genes that affect the likelihood of a given gene product being made, with gene products being things like proteins and hormones that our bodies need to stay healthy. Epigenetic modifications are not gene mutations. Gene mutations interrupt the codes used to make the gene products, so they may not be built right. Epigenetic modifications just turn genes on and off, but do not affect the codes used to create the gene products. So we already learned how epigenetic mechanisms are one of the ways in which experience of trauma can get under the skin. Okay, for the environmentally induced epigenetic modifications to be inherited across generations, they have to make it to the germline, the sperm and the egg, because those are the only two cells that are going to create subsequent life. Now, most of the research looking at transgenerational epigenetic inheritance has used animal models, and you can control animals in a way that you can't quite control. We don't have really the sort of multi-generational studies where we've looked at these mechanisms, or not very many of them, where we've looked at them in humans. And it's also sometimes hard where some of the experiences that lead to epigenetic changes in one generation are experienced by subsequent generations. So in these animal models, the first generation is called the F0. So that's the animal that's exposed. As we've learned, their offspring can be exposed as well. So if F0 is exposed, F1, the child is considered exposed as well. That's kind of a multi-generational exposure. And that we can't really look at transgenerational epigenetics until the F2 generation, the great-grandchildren. Because the transgenerational epigenetic inheritance requires that the negative outcomes associated with exposure be evident in generations with no history of exposure. So it would be the F2 generation in males, because the F1, the sperm, the egg are, within that body and would have gotten some exposure. If it's a female, it's going to be the F3 generation, because F0 is exposed, F1's eggs are exposed, and F2 is created from the eggs of F1. So you have to get all the way down to the great-grandchild to really call it transgenerational epigenetic inheritance, where negative outcomes despite no exposure.
Dr. Kaufman,
Uh-huh.
your slides are not advancing. Are you advancing your slides?
Really? I am. You're not seeing anything?
Not seeing anything except your first slide, and it's not in play mode. So you have to put it in slideshow.
I am in slideshow on mine. So let's figure out what's not happening correctly on the share.
Then at least we can see them, but now I see a different slide.
You're now on slide 7.
Okay.
So if I go, but then we won't be able to have the animation. So you can see this now, but if I go like this, you can't see me advance? You can see that advance?
No.
Can you click on that slideshow and see what happens?
Yeah, well, I did do this. I don't know if there's a different place to do slideshow from here. Let's see if we try.
Are you running on a Mac?
I am.
You need to put it in slideshow mode first. And then remember we discussed the the command tab, and then you have
walk me through it. Tell me what you want me to do. So
Okay.
should I put my PowerPoint slide?
So stop sharing.
Okay. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Stop share. Okay, now put your PowerPoint in slideshow mode.
Okay.
Okay, and then go Command Tab, and you should see across the middle of your screen your different tabs. And then go back to Blue Jeans and share screen, share window.
Right.
There you go.
Okay.
Now
I'm
when
really
you-
sorry about that.
That's
I'm
okay.
gonna-
Now when you advance, you should be able to advance fine.
Okay. Should I just sort of start from the beginning again? Does that make sense? I'm sorry that I wasn't aware that wasn't working. All right, I will quickly go through, since I think hearing words without seeing pictures sometimes is a little bit discombobulating. All right, so following up on the last talk, it is well established that personal experiences of trauma, adversity, and discrimination can get under the skin and increase risk for a whole host of negative mental health and physical health problems. Emerging data now also confirms that negative exposures in one generation can be passed down to affect the health and well-being of future generations through what's called transgenerational epigenetic inheritance. And we talked about the notion of transgenerational inheritance initially came from some of the work in Holocaust survivors, but has been shown in terms of exposure to famine, toxins as well. And transgenerational epigenetics is how the negative effects of adversities and traumas in one generation can be passed down to affect the health and well-being of future generations, such that grandchildren and great-grandchildren can be negatively impacted by ancestral traumas, even when they've not been directly exposed to any harms themselves. So some of the key concepts which we've talked about, epigenetic modifications, they're chemical modifications. They affect the likelihood of a given gene product being made, with gene products being things like proteins, hormones, things our bodies need to stay safe. Again, they are not gene mutations. Gene mutations affect the codes that are used to make genes, so the products may not be made right. These epigenetic modifications just turn genes on and off. Epigenetics, as we heard, is one of the ways that adversity can get under the skin. And in order for these environmentally induced epigenetic chemical changes to the genes to be inherited across generations, they have to be in the sperm and the egg, because the sperm and the egg are the only two cells that create subsequent life. All right, so this is the animal model. Yeah, so trying to listen to what I was saying with this animal model without the picture really must have been confusing. So thank you for stopping me. All right, F0 generation is the one that's going to get the exposure. Since the sperm and the eggs are inside that animal, the next generation is considered exposed as well. And true transgenerational inheritance doesn't happen until the F2 generation in the male, or the female if they're not pregnant. If the female is pregnant, F0 is exposed, her eggs are exposed, and then the child that's made from her eggs is considered exposed. It takes all the way to the F3, to the great-grandchildren, to be considered really true transgenerational epigenetic inheritance. So that the F2 and F3 generation will have had no exposures, and that would be our test as to whether we're really getting transmission without any exposure. Okay, so one of the first experiences, so I think this is where we're picking back up, that was able to show, and it's an experiment in something called fear conditioning, which is an animal analog for trauma exposure. So in this first generation, FC generation, shock was paired with an odor. So that after a period of time where every time an animal smells something, they get shocked, just the smell is going to make them have a big fear response. So in doing this, they found that the F1, the children, and the F2 grandchildren had an increased fear response to that smell that the F0 one got shocked for, okay? But they didn't show any fear response to other odors, and they had absolutely no exposure to the odor or to the shocks. So that trauma experience kind of got passed down, even though they themselves had nothing, that kind of no shock experience. These F0 and the F1 mice, are you able to see my cursor when I'm pointing? No one's responded. I don't, well, I'm hoping you can, but I'm not sure if you can.
Yes, we can.
Oh, good, good. Okay, thank you. So the F0 and the F1 mice who were subject and their offspring, they had epigenetic marks in the sperm and a gene that was critical to smell perception. So again, it kind of highlights this is not a random gene. They get shocked when they have a smell, and we're seeing changes in genes that are involved in smell perception. The F0 conditioning was also associated with changes in brain regions for smell perception, actually in both the F1 and the F2. So this experience of trauma affected the brains of the children and grandchildren. And then to just really demonstrate that it got passed on through the sperm, they did in vitro fertilization experiments where they took sperm from the traumatized and non-traumatized animals with a neutral egg, created an offspring, and those offspring had those same sort of changes to the brain, even though they had none of the trauma experiences. So one of the first studies showing that experiences of adversity can really be passed on transgenerationally, and that it really does seem to be passed on through the sperm. Another study is looking at, and we've heard a lot about stress during pregnancy and its impact. And so rats were exposed to stress when they were pregnant, and they looked across 4 generations where some were stressed and some were not. And as we saw in humans, stress reduced maternal weight, gestational length, increased maternal glucose levels across the generations. And we also saw that stress decreased birth weight, which we've talked about. But what's also important to see, the effect was actually greatest in the transgenerationally stressed animals. So there was stress in the first generation, but not the next 3 generations. And that great-grandchild had the lowest birth weight. So that we see that the impact of some of these things really can get passed on, even when there's not ongoing adversity. In addition, the offspring of prenatally, multigenerationally, and transgenerationally stressed animals had developmental delays. And a multi-generational history of prenatal stress was associated with changes in genes that are implicated in brain plasticity, childbirth, and preterm birth. So again, not random genes that we're seeing changed in association with these multi-generational traumas. And so the documentation of an impact of transgenerational and multi-generational stress on preterm birth is particularly interesting, given that the racial disparities that we have in preterm birth. And there are also findings that even with adequate prenatal care, it doesn't completely reduce the racial disparities, with African American women who engage in adequate prenatal care still at elevated risk for preterm birth. So understanding these mechanisms is important. All right, another study which looked at transgenerational epigenetic inheritance looked at the high-fat diet, and again, this was actually in the males, and there's a lot of information that high-fat diet can impact the health of descendants across multiple generations. So in this study, F0, the first generation of male rats were either fed a high-fat diet or a normal chow diet. And the F0 male rats that had the high-fat diet and their F1 offspring had common sperm epigenetic changes in genes that are implicated in glucose homeostasis, insulin sensitivity, and type 2 diabetes. So we are seeing changes once again in key genes through the transmission of early negative exposures. All right, the next study was looking at the transgenerational epigenetic inheritance related to lead exposure. And this study was actually done in zebrafish. And the F0 first generation were exposed to 24 hours of waterborne lead. Then the F0 generation zebrafish were then raised to adulthood, and they looked at F1 and F2, so grandchildren and children, and they had the grandchildren and children had no direct exposure to the lead. They were then studied. And what we found is that F0 exposed to dosages of lead that they found, could produce learning impairments. And I have to confess, I have no idea how you do learning experiences with zebrafish, but I'm glad someone knows how to do them. So they had the F0 exposed to an amount of lead that's previously been shown to have lead to learning impairments, and that they found the F2 generation of the F0 exposed fish who had, again, no direct exposure themselves, had similar learning impairments. So the difficulties in learning were passed on despite the absence of lead exposure in those subsequent generations. The F2 offspring of those F0 exposed zebrafish also had alteration in genes that are involved in brain development and also some epigenetic processes, leading the way to start to understand how lead-induced neurobehavioral deficits, cognitive deficits, and the like may in fact be inherited across generations. So some key summaries. Emerging research confirms that the negative exposures in one generation can be passed down to affect the health and well-being of future generations through transgenerational epigenetic inheritance, the transgenerational transmission, and of these experience-dependent chemical modifications to the genes. And while most of the research to date has been conducted in animals, studies in humans have also shown that ancestors exposed to trauma, poor nutrition, toxic chemicals, as we've discussed, can impact the health of descendants across several generations. And some of those epigenetic modifications that have been noted in animal studies have also been reported in humans. Okay, for the environmentally induced epigenetic modifications to be inherited across generations, they must be contained in the germline, sperm, and eggs, and that's now been demonstrated in multiple studies. The causal significance of these epigenetic changes have been demonstrated. I talked about one in vitro fertilization studies, but there have been others, so really showing kind of causal significance. And then again, the biological relevance of the genes that are regulated by these epigenetic marks really kind of add compelling support for the role of these mechanisms in transmission of experience-dependent traits and health problems. So there's a little bit of an upside. So I'm going to talk about preventing the transmission of the negative effects of ancestral traumas. And I'm probably thinking both personal traumas and ancestral traumas. So the first study we looked at was one of these fear conditioning trauma type experiences where the odor and the shock was paired together. So in the first experiment, you see there's a pairing of, here it's a sound with a shock, and you see that there's a rise in the animal's kind of fear response. And then when you then just give the sound, that animal still has a really heightened fear response. So they've been conditioned, fear conditioned to the sound of that particular noise. In extinction training, what they do is basically you just hear the sound, and a shock never comes. And eventually, over time, the animal stops having the fear response, so that they can then just hear the sound again, and there's no major fear response. And the notion of extinction training, and why I put treatment there, it's really at the core of most evidence-based treatments for post-traumatic stress disorder. Prolonged exposure. Talk about your trauma, learn relaxation therapy, be able to do cognitive processing, rethink about what happened. And so extinction is really a core part of what our evidence-based treatments are for trauma. So in this study, the first generation, either did or didn't have the extinction training or the treatment. And when the animals had that initial fear conditioning, but they got the treatment, they no longer showed a response of fear to the sound, and they also didn't have changes in the sperm, so that the treatment prevented both the behavioral outcome as well as the changes in the sperm. And what they also found is that it also prevented there being any fear response in the next generation. So both generations stopped showing those behavioral changes. And it does appear that trauma treatment can prevent the transgenerational transmission of the negative effects associated with ancestral traumas. Other studies that they've done that have been shown in animals to prevent the negative effects of ancestral traumas, with the high-fat diet, they've found that giving a healthy diet and exercise prevented the epigenetic sperm changes and the transmission of obesity and diabetes. Enrichment has been found to be an incredibly powerful thing. So, in the rats, you get all sorts of fun stuff in the cage. So there's the livings enhanced by toys, rich social, physical, and sensory experiences. And that prevented the negative outcomes associated with prenatal stress and lead exposure. All right, so if we take and say, how can we extrapolate this to really prevent, and here I say both the negative effects of personal and ancestral traumas in the human studies. Many of you may or may not be familiar with the Carolina, and I'm not going to probably say it correctly, Aborigine, I'm not sure I'm saying that project, but is probably one of the most rigorous studies looking at the impact of high quality early education. And this was for kids from 0 to 5. It was a randomized control trial. And the benefits were not just in, the individuals who participated in the program, the offspring of the program. They were found to have fewer school suspensions, less criminal problems, greater educational attainment, employment relative to the children in the control group. So providing outstanding educational enrichment in one generation improved the outcomes of the next generation. You guys are out in California. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the Stanford Medical Youth Science Program, but it provides enrichment in the medical sciences and college admission support to very low-income minority high school students, most with poor academic preparation. And to date, there have been, or at least the last published paper had 400 students who've been through this. 99% were admitted to college. And again, they did not have good academic preparation before the program began. 81% earned a 4-year college degree, and among the 4-year college graduates, 52% are attending either graduate or medical school. So really remarkable. I think a lot of times when we think about intervention, we think birth to 3, birth to 5. Point is, adolescence is another period of rapid brain development. We don't want to be forgetting about our older youth when we think about prevention and really the power of these types of enrichment programs and really changing life course. I don't know if you are familiar with Strong African American Families. It was originally developed in rural income African American families, but has since been replicated in multiple urban areas around the country. It's designed to enhance the parent-child relationship, as well as address kind of unique issues related to being an African American youth, like racial socialization, racism. It's a combined intervention. It's usually done where there's a meal served and there's some work that's done with the parents about how do you, monitor and protect your child with youth. How do you focus towards the future, as well as address some of these issues around racism. They've been a very relatively large-scale randomized control trial. And the youth had this program starting at age 11, long-term follow-up into early adulthood. And the outcomes include decreased rates of conduct problems, decreased rates of smoking, drinking, drug use, risky sex behaviors in late adolescence and early adulthood, and reduced risk of obesity and prediabetes in young adulthood. And as we heard, adverse childhood experience are often associated with an increased risk for things like diabetes and all sorts of other health problems. Among the youth who were part of this safe, strong African American families intervention, adverse childhood experiences did not increase risk for prediabetes, but among the youth in the control group, each additional adversity was associated with a 37% increased risk for prediabetes. So this intervention really found a way to mitigate the effects of personal adversities. In addition, the intervention was associated with decreasing the impact of family risk factors on all sorts of biological systems, the stress system, inflammation, and epigenetic markers. And it was also associated with diminishing the impact of poverty on hippocampal and amygdala brain volume, which are 2 main regions of the brain that are impacted by stress. So really highlighting that there's a way in which we can mitigate these negative effects. So preliminary data suggests the negative impact of ancestral traumas can be prevented, and there's a role for trauma-informed services, culturally adapted prevention and intervention programs, and enrichment opportunities are strongly indicated. Just to be, limited time, can't really talk about it, but the reality is that true change and healing, however, requires that the acknowledgement of the harms that were done and broader systemic and policy level changes, because there are many things that perpetuate cycles of disadvantage and adversity. So I think I can stop sharing. Did I stop sharing? I'm good? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kaufman, for your expert testimony. So we'll now go to Nkem Ndofo. Nkem Ndofo, you may begin your expert testimony when you're ready.
Thank you, Chairperson and Task Force members, for this opportunity to present testimony in service of the critical need to develop reparation proposals for African Americans. I will not be showing any slides. A little bit of levity, I don't think at this point in a pandemic we need any more PowerPoints. You all did a beautiful job. So I'm going to really have some connection here around my original training and practice as a mental health, maternal health clinician, specifically as a nurse midwife. And what I recognized in doing that practice was a deep and pervasive impact of trauma, not just on the health of mothers and their infants, but on entire families. So for the last 15 years, I have refocused my work on the topics of stress, trauma, and resiliency in social service, education, and healthcare sectors, with a particular focus on marginalized, vulnerable, and oppressed populations. I primarily serve as a consultant and strategist for trauma-informed and equity-focused organizational development, and as a trainer for professionals willing to, and interested to grow competency in these areas. I am currently leading the Anti-Racism Initiative for the Los Angeles County Department of Health Services, the second largest safety net health system in the United States. I was asked to present my expertise on a particular aspect of racialized trauma that is little talked about, but which is pervasive and insidious in its damage, the phenomenon of appeasement. I will spend a moment defining appeasement, describing some of the physiology before detailing the serious implications for the health and spirits of African Americans. Appeasement is any relational behavior designed to pacify interpersonal threat. Although it exists on a larger continuum of strategies which help us get along with others, these behaviors vary according to the amount of perceived or actual power held by the parties involved. For example, when a power imbalance between people is relatively small, both parties might usefully and comfortably employ negotiation to come to a satisfactory resolution to a disagreement. Only when there are significant power differences does appeasement come into play. Appeasement asks for nothing from the person holding power except that they do not harm us. For the person with less power, appeasement is a survival strategy designed to let us live to fight another day. Appeasement is more than a culturally conditioned response to social hierarchy. Its roots stretch deep into our shared stress biology with other social animals, particularly mammals. I will offer a quick review of stress responses in order to clearly explain what is happening in appeasement and how it is relevant in racialized trauma. And I understand that we have varied degrees of medical training here, so I'm going to use some pretty simple language for accessibility, also for the public testimony, the public participants here. Often when we talk about stress response, we hear the term fight-flight, which describes the activation of the sympathetic nervous system with the resulting state of high adrenaline, coupled with increased blood pressure, blood sugar, and a cascade of other physiological reactions. This state is a normal defense response that is meant to be short-lived before a return to baseline. There is a second and less known stress or trauma response, commonly called a freeze response. This is when a threat is perceived to be so serious that movement to combat or escape the threat is essentially shut down by the autonomic and central nervous system, along with significant changes in the cardiovascular, hormonal, and other body systems. There is a gradient of intensity in this response. At its most extreme end, this is shock. This shock state, if prolonged in mammals, is not compatible with life, as opposed to if it in a reptile, it can last much longer in that state. Due to its intensity, the freeze response is intended for very short-term active reactions to highly threatening situations. So let me bring this to appeasement. In appeasement, there is substantial activation of both of these stress systems, both the fight-flight and the freeze systems simultaneously. However, the fight-flight system is not externally expressed. Instead, in essence, it is put on hold and almost frozen in place, as if hitting the gas of the fight-flight system and the freeze system at the same time. And while appeasement is a normal, natural part of our human response repertoire when confronted with social situations in which none of the other stress responses are seen as viable. In other words, we appease when the nature of the relationship makes escape impossible, defensive attack is not prudent, and playing dead is not realistic. More specifically, we appease in situations where the unequal power relationship is embedded in the life world of the victim. The latitude to fight or flee in response to a stressor or threat is often reserved only for those with significant social privilege, including that of white skin. The ability for a white person who is pulled over by law enforcement for speeding while driving, the ability for this person to argue their case, essentially fighting, is a privilege that is not afforded to Black people in this country. Even the latitude to run away when threatened is not freely given to African Americans. The history of this country to this current time is frequently punctuated over and over and over again by cases of unarmed, non-confrontational, and even fleeing Black people having been killed by law enforcement officers and white laws enabled by law enforcement officers. These cases live in the hearts and minds and spirits of African Americans as a cautionary tale of the dangers of expressing the biologically driven fight-flight defense response. But this fight-flight response doesn't go away. Instead, it is literally frozen in place through the dual stress system activation of appeasement, which exacts a heavy energetic cost. In these contexts, it's fairly easy to see appeasement as a trauma response and a survival strategy. The appeaser faces a double bind of sorts. If they fully express the fight-flight defense response, they risk potential violence or other harms. But if they simultaneously freeze that fight-flight response in an act of appeasement, then they pay the heavy metabolic cost, the price of that dual stress system activation. This is biology and cultural conditioning influencing one another in both the response and the outcome. And it is not just in cases of interaction with law enforcement where appeasement responses come to bear. Black people face racialized social and power hierarchies in the workplace, in the classroom, and in the community. Black people face racially based threats, intimidations, and negative assumptions on an everyday basis. And the impact goes far beyond feeling hassled or irritated. I think my fellow presenters have done an excellent job of demonstrating that. What I want to highlight is that milder fight-flight and more intense freeze response are intended for short-term use. There is nothing wrong with them. We go up, we come down, short-term use. It is the remembering that a prolonged and pure freeze response is lethal in mammals. But even an extended time in fight-flight states means ongoing secretion of stress hormones, adrenaline, cortisol, with the attendant rises in blood pressure and blood sugar. And even without any medical training, it is very easy to see how a chronic fight-flight activation, high blood pressure, high blood sugar, could lead to hypertension and diabetes. And also remember that with appeasement, we have that dual activation, right? It's not just the fight-flight, it's also the freeze. So living with these daily experiences of racism To understand what's going on when Black people engage in appeasement, it's critical that we see racism as continuously traumatic and the abusive intergroup dynamics of racism as a social context in which traumatic entrapment can be experienced and trauma responses should be expected. According to the psychology researcher, Dr. Keltner, quote, appeasement begins when the conditions of social relations lead one individual to anticipate aggression from others, end quote. For African Americans, this means that expressions of modesty, politeness, agreeableness, shyness, uncertainty, or deference may instead be an attempt to deflect or prevent aggression from white people. Essentially, that these behaviors, again, modesty, politeness, agreeableness, shyness, uncertainty, and deference, in the context of intergroup relations with the power hierarchy associated with the privilege of light skin, are expressions of appeasement, can be expressions of appeasement. So when one lives in close and direct contact with members of a dominant social group, appeasing becomes so automatic that the appeaser may not actually even feel distressed in the moment, but instead, the cost comes later. The exhaustion, the chronic ill health across generations, the demoralization, the erosion of one's sense of dignity and self-worth. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and Kim and Dolfo, for that incredibly moving expert testimony. And thank you again to Dr. Kaufman and Dr. Kazawa for their incredibly thorough and informed expert testimony. So now we will turn to questions, comments, and insights from our esteemed task force members. So at this time, I would like to turn to our task force members in the event that they have any comments or questions or insights based on the information we all received. And if you like to be recognized, just you can also put it in the chat because I'm not seeing everyone's hand. So I see Member Grills and then Member Sawyer.
Thank you. Thank you to the panelists. This was very, very illuminating and sobering. I'd like to ask a question of Dr. Kaufman. Some people might argue that to try to use epigenetics as a way to substantiate a case for transgenerational harm does not have much legitimacy. And I think in part the argument may have to do with we don't have those all the way to F3 generation. We don't have the great-grandchildren data. So I have a kind of multi-part question. One is it even possible to do that kind of research with human beings? And then secondly, should we throw the baby out with the bathwater if we don't have that, but we do have some fairly compelling animal analog studies?
I would say you shouldn't throw the baby out with bathwater. And you know, the animal studies have been published in the top tier neuroscience journals. So, you know, they are really esteemed, and, you know, careful controls for all sorts of things have happened. Epidemiological study also supports the significance of these, you know, with famine in one generation impacting the health of multiple generations down, even though subsequent generations had normal health. And, you know, there have been some studies where, you know, there was early trauma and then looking at the next generation and seeing some of these same changes. So I think the evidence is compelling, but I think what we also have to recognize, and I think this is what our last presentation was about, trauma didn't stop with the Emancipation Proclamation. You know, we went from that to Jim Crow to lynchings, and then, you know, what we know continues to happen. And I guess, you know, for me, one of the things that I really, as I think about kind of the systems that perpetuate adversity, I think about the criminal justice system, you know, and how that doesn't just impact the person who's behind bars, we know it impacts the entire family. You have a mom who's stressed, who's working 2 jobs. You have a child who's more likely working in a disadvantaged or living in a disadvantaged neighborhood with exposure to lead, inadequate schools, inadequate outdoor spaces, exposure to community violence that just perpetuates that cycle. And we know that even when you get away from all that cycle of disadvantage, you can be the most privileged African American person in this country, and you can't guarantee your child's not going to be pulled over and killed. And so, as we think about it, we know, and, having this history impacts, and that, but the point is the trauma hasn't stopped. And so as we think about reparations, the reparations is not just for slavery. The reparations is for a system that's perpetuating and is ongoing with the harm. And, I am always one of these people that maybe there's a Pollyannish side of me, that there are things we can do, and we want to support those things that we can do. But, also acknowledging the harm, is an important first step, which has not, did I learn about lynchings when I was in school? Did I know 10,000 people would show up? So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you.
Member Reggie Jones Sawyer, you're recognized.
And thank you for the panelists, because I'm for me, I'm really interested in this particular topic. About 2 years ago, I heard about trauma-informed care and ACEs, and I decided I would get from the legislature about $50 million to go to nonprofits to deal with trauma-informed care. And as I look at, Dr. Joy's post-traumatic slave syndrome, and I'm looking at her book right now, I remember trying to coin the phrase post-traumatic street disorder, because what happens to young people in the streets, in the projects, is, and I would say could be much worse than being in Afghanistan or being in a war-torn environment. The social workers and psychiatrists went nuts. How dare you? How dare you don't have the ability to make this kind of diagnosis? And it really wasn't me making the diagnosis, it was me trying to get them more money. And I couldn't figure out, was it because I had coined a phrase, post-traumatic PTSD, post-traumatic street disorder? They hated it. Or was it a thing that the monies, and this goes to reparations too, that the monies that I was putting it toward would go to nonprofits based on my terminology, and that they wanted to go to funding for ACEs and trauma-informed care. And they believed that I would be diverting money from what they probably made their living with. That's how exacerbated I was. We came to an understanding that I could use my term, but I also use trauma-informed care and ACEs in my request for $50 million, which I got, and then we were able to distribute to nonprofits. But I worry that we're talking about transgenerational epigenetic transmission, and because as Dr. Brill said, because someone doesn't agree with it or doesn't understand it. As a Black man, I get it, I understand it, but I don't have the prerequisite letters behind my name to justify it. And so I just want to make sure if we as a group make a recommendation that significant funding go to trauma-informed care, post-traumatic slave syndrome, or post-traumatic street disorder, if we start to fund that it doesn't get caught up in some bureaucratic quagmire where funding is diverted in programs that may not be specifically for African Americans, and it goes to other folk. And we don't really get to the root causes, which goes back to slavery, and not necessarily what's going on in the city, but we understand that the root causes of the problems in the inner city and in the projects and in crime-infested areas go way back to that time. So I don't know if any one of you can kind of address my dilemma.
Well, in terms of the ACEs, people also talk about the expanded ACEs. So that the study in Philadelphia said, okay, we have the ACEs that were developed from a white, predominantly middle class Kaiser sample, and where they looked at things like community violence as well. Some of those things that, as you say, are the street experiences that can lead to PTSD. And so I think you can use the language of expanded ACEs, which recognizes discrimination, community violence, poverty are some of those adverse experiences that add to negative outcomes across kind of multiple different areas. So I don't know if that frame helps, but expanded ACEs has become also a very popular term, and that we are aware, there's the traditional ACEs, and then there's the kind of and those are more family-based, but there's community-based ACEs are, embedded in those.
Yeah, and I think it's important to kind of separate ACEs, something that's affecting your own experiences early in life and how you kind of carry that forward, versus the transgenerational sorts of processes that Dr. Kaufman was talking about. I think the transgenerational work is extremely exciting. It holds the potential to show that the effects of stress are passed on not just through mothers, but also through fathers. We see it in rats and mice and so on, and it's likely going to be shown in humans. And Dr. Kaufman did an amazing job of reviewing some of that work. There's even other studies. There's a study that looked at folks who had been exposed, the kids of people who were in POW camps during the Civil War, and those who were in particularly bad situation, they had increased mortality in the next generation, and it's through the father, right? So there's more and more of this kind of evidence, but it is hard to connect it all. But anyway, I just wanted to throw out that when you talk about ACEs, I think that's pretty well established. There's not a whole lot of controversy there in terms of the health effects that's going to have. The transgenerational story is newer, and I think that over the next year or two or three, we're going to see more and more evidence for that, but it's probably a little bit more forward-looking.
I would just like to add, as regularly working in trauma-informed approach in healthcare and in other disciplines, that often trauma-informed care is scoped as just around the ACEs. And this is a very narrow reading. If we actually look at the SAMHSA definition of trauma-informed care, which includes the clear principles, they include, when you look at it, it includes racialized trauma. So there is no way that you can separate out the experience of what happens within a family outside of the structures and systems that affect the members of that family and the family as a unit. And so true trauma-informed care, I prefer to use the term trauma-informed resilience-oriented, or TRO, does include racialized trauma and other structural oppressions.
And people are also working now to adapt some evidence-based treatments. This is specifically address both historical trauma and systemic racism as part, adding, sort of specifically, so that recognizing it and addressing it.
Member Holder, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you so much for those incredible insights. It's just profound to realize how deep this goes under our skin. I had a question for Dr. Ndefo, and then a question for the panel generally. But for Dr. Ndefo, first, let me say, I don't want to put the onus and the burden again on Black people for having to figure out how to be resilient and come up with all the coping mechanisms. But at the same time, these things are systemic, and we have to come up with systemic responses. But at the same time, in terms of our own survival on a daily basis, you described this appeasement dynamic, which I think every African-American person knows exactly what that feels like, how it lands in their body. We've all done it. We all do it. We're doing it right now in this moment. So my question is for you is what are the coping skills that we can use as individuals to take care of ourselves, knowing that this is an ongoing dynamic, and until we have the structures in place to make systemic change, it's going to continue to be an ongoing dynamic. So what are the coping skills that you would suggest, or the tools to disrupt that appeasement dynamic and still stay safe? And then my question to the panel generally is, we're all trying to connect the dots. We're looking at changing systems across the board, and we're hearing from panels on mental health, medical health, etc. And I'm trying to put everything together. And I'm thinking about, the panels that came in earlier and talked about what's happening in medical health and medical training in medical schools, and the fact that most of our training doctors and, the physicians, still have these notions, these biases against Black people, right? And believe that, we have thicker skin, we don't feel as much pain, et cetera, et cetera. So the information that you're passing on to us about transgenerational trauma, and how this is carried in our DNA, how is that information being disseminated to current medical students? What is the appetite for that information, and what steps are being taken to make sure that there is education for our doctors who are coming up around this type of, trauma-informed understanding of medicine and science?
Thank you for that question. I think there's two parts to it, and I'm going to tell a very short story where I was working with a young Black man who was formerly incarcerated and was now doing work in the community to help as gang intervention, to help folks get out of gangs. And he's told a story of being stopped by a police officer, and he appeased. And afterwards, he was beating himself up. Why didn't I stand up? Why wasn't I a man? The self-inflicted shame and to name what appeasement was for him helped him understand that he did what he needed to do to get home safely to his young child. And it released the shame so for us to know and name appeasement helps us release the shame of the responses we need to do to survive. And once we name it, we can start to recognize when is it necessary and to what degree, because we are so habitually trained across generations. I think of after the killing of Freddie Gray, in the uprising afterwards, there was a particular incident of a Black mother being caught on video beating her son for protesting. I will beat you before they kill you. That we have taught each other how to appease. Do not stand up, do not stand up. And so it's so deeply in us that we appease often more than we need to. So to be able to correctly represent, is this a slightly safer situation? How safe is this situation? And can I decrease the amount of appeasement that I'm in? This is a coping strategy. You can also, how do we turn it off when we're out of the situation? To have that kind of awareness and to say, okay, I'm out of this situation, name it, leave it, and reset the stress system so that we are not carrying it constantly for that allostatic overload that is so corrosive to our minds, our bodies, and our spirits. So I'm going to leave that there and let the other presenters answer about medical training.
I don't have a lot of experience with medical school, but what I do know is that in general, myths about race persist. And so there isn't a class that I teach at Northwestern where I don't spend at least a day on race, because I feel like it's the most important myth that is just pervasive within our society. And it's certainly true for students that are going on to medical training as well. As far as what folks are learning about intergenerational trauma and that sort of thing, I assume that that's a ways off yet. But maybe Dr. Kaufman knows more about that. I mean, this is sort of the cutting edge, I would say. Some of the stuff that I talked about with early environments and low birth weight and some of those kinds of literatures, I think have been around a little longer and might have made their way in a little bit more. But I'll let Dr. Kaufman talk about it.
Yeah, I think the education is more around the ACEs, so that I know our pediatric residents here, sort of developed a whole course. And part of, what pediatricians are learned to ask, instead of what's wrong with you, what's happened to you, but really looking at it more as a personal trauma, as opposed to thinking about kind of the transgenerational and systemic issues. I think, there's been a little bit of an explosion through the pandemic, the killing of George Floyd, that people are talking anti-racism, and the impact of that, but how that's, I don't think it's filtered down either to education or even to changes in clinical practice.
I would like to add and call in and lift up the work at Charles Drew, which as a medical school absolutely starts their education of their medical students, definitely with an entire unit on race, on social determinants, that this is the backbone of the medical education. And I think that can be used as a model. I know that Charles Drew has an articulation with UCLA and has influenced UCLA. And I know I have participated in some of the anti-racism in medicine going back before the pandemic, a number of years, where we worked with Second Ear and did a series of lectures, came in from the community. But I really would call out Charles Drew program. The foregrounding of these issues at the beginning of the training influences the entire training period, as opposed to it just being an add-on lecture.
Thank you. Would any other task force members like to ask a question or to provide any comments to our expert witnesses at this time? Member Gross, you are recognized.
Thank you. I have a follow-up question for Kim. So I know that in your work, you've done an excellent job of articulating things like the stress response of appeasement, helping people to see that we need to look beyond cortisol, that it's actually multiple systems in the body, that that the first responder to the stress is not necessarily our brain doing some analysis, but it's our gut, which is like the second brain. So you've done an excellent job of doing that in your work. But I also know that there's another part of your work with the resilience toolkit that you've developed to address some of the questions that Member Holder was getting at, which is what do we do? Given these realities of the intersection of biology and social reality, how do we protect ourselves and how do we, give ourselves a more robust, intentional use of the stress response cycle? So given that your experience with that, and you've trained scores of people and you've taken on a number of different clients where you've helped them to deal with this, as we think about strategies for reparations, how would you counsel us about, how would we fold in approaches to managing this stress that is inevitable, at least for the rest of the lifetime of those of us here in this space? What do we do and how do we help our children? So in other words, how do we come up with a reparations plan that includes X, Y, and Z to address the reality of how this stress response cycle is operating in ways that, as it should be operating, but it is so pervasive and ongoing that it is also damaging.
And I think there's a basic set of skills that needs to be offered to everybody to be able to recognize what is their own stress responses and to be able to, and we know, and we've talked about here, that this is a body-based response first because it is about survival. Our cognitive processes and even our affective or emotional processes are much slower. We're moving before we realize that we're afraid or what even happened. We're already moving. And so the ability to provide people with some basic competency and fluency in understanding their own responses and using evidence-informed, evidence-based, body-based tools to regulate stress responses to mitigate some of the ongoing, and has been expressed here, continual stress activation that we experience living in the United States. And furthermore, I'm going to say, when we are in this highly stressed state, it constrains our vision. By nature, it causes us to focus on threat. We become rigid in our thinking. We become very, no pun intended, black and white. The ability to envision and imagine the culture that we want to live in is constrained by our own activation. And so as people develop this competency to become settled, instead of when we are fighting, our solutions will be fighting solutions. I don't want to live in a fight world. I have zero interest. That to be able to provide people with the skills to settle and to dream and to envision a world where we are connected. A world where we are valued, where we are whole. And so this is what I would say, Dr. Grills, is that, providing this type of education, I mean, in very, very basic terms, if you're running a stress response that's 10 or 15 or 50% greater than what is needed for your immediate moment, and that plays over years, that is some serious wear and tear. That is some weathering. So can we mitigate that by helping people learn to settle their responses, at the same time implementing structural changes, systemic changes that loosen the grip of racism? So it's not an either or, it's a both and. And that as people settle, they're better able to implement these strategies on the systemic level. And as the systemic changes happen, it loosens the grip and people are better able to settle. And mutually reinforcing patterns at the individual, the collective, and the systemic level, right? Instead of, it's like, I call it the opposite of a vicious cycle. It's like a beautiful spiral. It goes the other way. So yes, we have systems, but there are still people who are maintaining them, pressing the buttons and pulling the levers. And so we need interventions at all levels, not just at the structural level, to make sure that the people, you can write a great policy, but that implicit little stuff that happens in between needs to be addressed by the personal development of the people. Again, pressing the buttons and pulling the levers. Hopefully that answered your question, Dr. Grills.
I want to applaud what you said, because I think it's really important, as you say, to think on those different levels. We can give people tools on an individual level, but unless we address the systemic things as well, we're not going to kind of have the impact that we're hoping for. Said it really beautifully.
Thank you. Are there any other comments, questions, or insights from our task force members? If not, I would like to thank our expert witnesses. Thank you so much, Dr. Kaufman, Dr. Kwaza, and thank you, Indim Indofo, for your incredibly informed, thorough expert testimony. I learned a lot, and I'm sure many of our task force members and members of the public did as well. At this time, I would like to go to our break, and we'll reconvene at 3 p.m. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Umoya of Emenda Mass Media Group.
And I'm Kim, the other half of ETM Media Group. We're a Sacramento-based digital advocacy agency that was born to fight for reparations.
We've actually been following the AB 3121 bill that was authored by Dr. Shirley Weber and also Secretary of State, Dr. Shirley Weber.
Yes, and then it was signed into law by Governor Gavin Newsom, creating the first in the nation reparations task force that is put in place to study and develop reparations proposals for African Americans.
Now, I think you actually did a testimony, right, at the Capitol?
I did. The first AB 3121 hearing that was held here in Sacramento, I did have the opportunity to tell my truth and testify.
All right, so I think we have a clip, so let's go to it.
Since that, Dr. Weber states and my ADOS counterparts here, but I also have a story of more of a personal nature. Now, you say we've got time here, but no, seriously, if they're not going to the establishment, if you will, not going to give us an opportunity to, make livable wages and to flourish in this American society. I once believed in the American dream. I've been looking for a job that pays a livable wage for the last 7 years, and 3 of those have been with the city of Sacramento. I pass all of their tests and, go through all of the, hoops that you're supposed to go through, and I just sit on those lists, and I never get a call. So when the Creative Edge economy came to town, it was a grant application that they were looking for from the city, from creatives. I put in a pitch for a film community with local initiatives because nothing like that existed in Sacramento. So, I provided them with the intel to put this whole city office together, which they did. I didn't even have the opportunity to interview for the position. And of course it went to, a white lady, which is pretty typical in the city of Sacramento. So again, if we're not gonna get the opportunity to compete on a competitive economic level, then we need reparations, or it's gonna be extinction for the Black race at this point. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we are back. Also to raise awareness, Emenda Mass Media Group, we are in pre-production and working on a great film titled Reparations Now.
Don't we have a trailer for that?
We do. So
let's take a look.
Yep, let's do it.
So if you were to bring the Black share of wealth at least to the Black share of the population, it would require an additional at least $10 trillion.
But if we were paid those unskilled wages at a 6% interest rate, we would have $6.2 quadrillion that we would be owed today.
Reparations is the key.
The story, have black folks come and talk about what kind of hell they live and have people have to listen.
Reparations will set us free.
Wow, that was powerful.
Yeah, that was powerful.
Yeah, we actually got a grant from the City of Sacramento Film Office to helped produce this documentary, Reparations Now. But the thing is, fam, it is a reimbursement grant. So we've got to come up with the money first in order to get those grant kickbacks in the amount of $7,500.
Exactly. So in order to do that, we're actually raising funds through a GoFundMe campaign right now. And we would greatly appreciate any effort that you can contribute to the Reparations Now documentary. We're going to try to actually put the link somewhere in this video, or maybe somewhere in the subscription, or I believe if you click on the video, it'll be able to take you to the GoFundMe campaign.
We can certainly use your support. And we're also fundraising by selling these Tutney's 2022 calendars. And Tutney's is a long, almost lost language that our ancestors created back in slavery. Could you tell us a little bit about the Tutney's language, Yamoya?
The Tut language, also known as Tutney's, was established by people who came from enslaved people in the United States of America. Enslaved people were forbidden to read and write. Enslaved people then began to use the alphabet in a coded form to teach other enslaved people when in the presence of slave masters. This English adaptation was continued and passed down in certain Black American descendant communities.
Wow, our ancestors were amazing.
Exactly.
Amazing. So we're also selling these calendars as part of our fundraising efforts for the documentary Now movie. So take a look, follow us on all of our social media channels. We're on Twitter, we're on TikTok, we're on Instagram. We also, of course, have the ETM Media Group YouTube channel. All the information about how to get your keepsake, one-of-a-kind unique calendar. These will go fast. And it's kind of a learning guide to kind of give you an introduction to the Tut language.
Exactly. So, and also check us out, on our channel. We're actually doing a lot of work in the community. We have a boots on the ground segment that we do. We have an in the news segment, and we actually also have a community call-in segment where callers can call in and tell us how you feel. So, we're trying to do a lot for the community.
And we also follow and stream every one of the California Reparations Task Force meetings. The next one will be coming up on January 27th and 28th. These are 2-day meetings. So January 27th and 28th, mark your calendar, swing by ETM Media Group, give us a subscribe, a like, and of course hit the bell so you don't miss any of this great content regarding reparations.
All right, so I guess on that note.
All right, on that, Redipup of Reditatanensis.
None of weeks.
Did you have any questions about the unfinished business?
Oh, no, I think I got it.
Good.
Thank you.
Okay, it's pretty straightforward, but that way you retain, you can keep it in order and you can just go right through it and you don't have to go through a lot of stuff.
Right after this session.
Okay. Oh,
Okay. Okay, it is 3:01, excuse me. We are now reconvene, but before we officially reconvene, I would like to just call Ms. Johnson so that she can do a roll call vote so that a quorum may be established.
Thank you. Yes, Chair Moore.
Present.
Vice Chair Brown.
Present.
Member Bradford. Member Grills.
Present.
Member Holder.
Present.
Member Jones Sawyer. Member Lewis.
Present.
Member Tamaki.
Present.
Member Montgomery Stepp.
Here.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Here.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Madam Chair, the task force consists of 9 members. 5 members are necessary for a quorum, and we have 7. A quorum is reestablished.
Bradford is here.
We have 8. A quorum is reestablished. Thank you.
Thank you. Given that a quorum has been reestablished, we will reconvene. Our next item on the agenda is a potential action item, subpoena request. We will have a presentation or update from members Holder and Tamaki. Members Holder and Tamaki, you are both recognized. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So when we last convened, you all were gracious enough to give Member Tamaki and myself more time to figure out what sorts of materials we want to use our subpoena power to compel from government entities or other entities. And we have continued to investigate the subject matter areas that we think it would be most useful to explore for purposes of this task force. And the subject matter area that we've landed on is criminal justice. For the Member Tamaki is going to go more into the specifics as to how we want to use our subpoena power or our power to compel information to increase transparency. But what I will say as an opener is that, one of the things that we've heard from our panels and that we all know is that it's critical to collect data that is disaggregated by race. That serves as a foundation for truly understanding disparate outcomes and being able to articulate biases as they exist currently, and also to advocate to disrupt biases. So having data that's disaggregated by race is critical. Number 2, as the assembly member mentioned yesterday, criminal justice is very much at the heart of the way that racism is manifesting today. And so we do want to center criminal justice in this fact-finding process. So based on those 2 metrics, we have Member Tamaki and I, after considering a host of subject matter areas, have landed on the issue of the Racial Justice Act and how to further the task of the Racial Justice Act, how to increase the impact of the Racial Justice Act by compelling courts and district attorneys' offices to provide more data, more transparency, more information, and also more systemic collection of data around the racial disparities in charging, the racial disparities in sentencing, the racial disparities in setting bail amounts, etc. And so with that introduction, I'm going to turn it over to Member Tamaki to talk specifically about the information that we're going to be compelling from governments and localities.
So thank you, Lisa. I think Lisa Holder deserves credit for highlighting the fact that the task force under the legislation has powers of subpoena and has other powers to compel production of information from government entities or private parties. The challenges, however, we discussed with you at the last meeting, which is, we sunset in June of 2023. We don't want to get mired in a litigation fight that would extend beyond the life of the task force. We want to reveal information relevant to the mission of the task force. And as Lisa pointed out, we want to draw attention to highlight historic or current examples of systemic racism in California so as to educate the public as to the existence of the task force and some of the issues that we are investigating. And so we've looked at, really Lisa spent hours, looking at half a dozen or more areas that we might look to exercise this authority. And we've landed on the Racial Justice Act. Part of our inquiry, or the way we've done it, is sort of look to researchers and experts who are already in this field. So we're not reinventing the wheel, and asking them basically, what are you doing and what kind of data do you need? And in your search for data in your research, which happens to align with the task force's mission, can we cooperate together? And so we have been in communication with the ACLU and the State Public Defender's Office, who are working to effectuate the California Racial Justice Act, which was passed in 2020 and made effective January 1 of 2022. The legislative findings in the passage of the Racial Justice Act reveal its purpose, and I'll just quote parts of it. States, quote, "We can no longer accept racial discrimination and racial disparities as inevitable in our criminal justice system, and we must act to make clear that this discrimination and these disparities are illegal and will not be tolerated in California." So, for example, if a Black defendant can show that he has been charged more severely than similarly situated white defendants, charges can be dismissed or reduced to mitigate that disparity. So this goes to the heart of the issue of mass incarceration. I'll quote another line. Quote, it is a further intent of the legislature to ensure that individuals have access to all relevant evidence, including statistical data. But in order to track disparities based upon race and ethnicity, as Lisa pointed out, it is essential that the data be tracked. And without tracking race, ethnicity data, much of the Racial Justice Act is probably becomes meaningless. And there's no way to prove racial bias except in the most extreme and most blatant instances. So district attorneys have vary widely in their approaches to data collection and how any data is collected can be accessed. For example, some offices state they do not collect race ethnicity data despite the Racial Justice Act, or of persons or the victims of these crimes as well. District attorneys who are collecting the data, some have refused to provide it, and some have been slow to provide much information about it. Superior courts are also collecting race and ethnicity data, and to date, at least 2 courts have refused to turn that over. So what are the next steps? We will work with the Department of Justice Research Center to survey district attorneys' offices and the courts of 58 counties and require them to disclose what data points are tracked or not tracked. That is to say, in connections with arrest, bail charges, reductions, diversion, plea offers, dismissal of charges, strikes, or other enhancements, convictions, acquittals, sentencing, and so on. We will require the production of data that is being tracked, and if they are not tracking the data, require responses from the district attorney and the courts as to whether they plan to track such data, and if not, why not? And we'll make that information, because it will become part of the public record, available for researchers, policymakers, and advocates. So that information will be around long after the task force term ends. And in this process, work with our communications consultants to educate the public and inform the press of the importance of this data collection. So this is a feature of the legislation, which allows us to compel this kind of evidence. And under the guidance of the Department of Justice, not only are subpoenas available, but also surveys. And with respect to state agencies like county councils and the Judicial Council, which oversees the courts, those are state agencies and are required to respond to surveys. One of the benefits of the survey is that we can fashion questions so that we get narrative responses. So it's not just a yes or a no. I do want to mention and at least address our consideration and sensitivity to what Assembly Member Joan Sawyer had cautioned us about, and that is, in these times of COVID and where state agencies are already overwhelmed, this better be a worthwhile endeavor. We ought not to, go into this willy-nilly, and we ought to make it efficient and not waste anybody's time. So some of these questions, I think we're proposing at least the first round be simple, easy to answer, and not, reams of paper and not voluminous. We didn't want to get into an area that would produce, thousands and thousands of pages of data that we would have to plow through. So I think the initial inquiry is first to find out who is collecting the data, why not, if they're not, what do they plan to do? And we see this as a first step to the steps that we think are really necessary to effectuate the Racial Justice Act and its meaning, and then also to educate the public about the issues of disparity in sentencing and in charging and so on. That is, we think, core to the mission of the task force. So with that, I'll just stop here and maybe ask Lisa, did you want to add anything? That's basically our overview, but maybe Lisa, if you have anything to add, that would be great.
Yeah, as far as the substance, I think Don did a great job of explaining what we're trying to get at to disrupt mass criminalization and mass incarceration and elevate the Racial Justice Act that already exists to do that. We're giving them more tools to make that happen faster and more efficiently. The only other thing that I would add is that we had a conversation, several conversations about being able to show the public some wins along the way, and low-hanging fruit that we can publicize to show the work that the task force is doing. The way that we are suggesting that we utilize our power leveraging our power to give the Racial Justice Act more teeth and pre-existing legislation that seeks to disrupt mass incarceration and mass criminalization, that is a win that we can very easily encapsulate and publicize through the media and through other resources to show that this task force is dynamic and that there's a process where we are hitting benchmarks along the way.
Yeah, and to add to Chair Moore's point about early wins and low-hanging fruit, the list so far will be, the report, which will be part one of the report, which will be released in June. Professor Grills's community engagement project leading in behalf of the task force. The issuance of this survey to district attorneys and courts in 58 counties, and of course in June of 2023, the report itself for part two. But there may be other things that can demonstrate the importance of the task force and put it before our existence before the public, and also contribute to completing our mission or fulfilling our mission. Is there any questions from task force members that we can answer?
I don't have a question, but I'm going to volunteer myself and State Senator Stephen Bradford. This task force is in a unique situation where you have the chairs of Public Safety Senate and the chair of Public Safety Assembly who are on this line. We also have public safety staff that if you need help as far as doing some research or getting to the bottom of things, I am offering not only my staff, but I'm also going to offer the Senate staff. In addition, I believe the chairman, Assembly Member Mark Stone, is really aligned with what we're doing and believes in what we're doing. So I'm going to, I haven't talked to him yet, but I will volunteer any staff that he has. And I'm talking about, these are all lawyers. In addition to working with DOJ, that could possibly help in our ability to not only ferret out information, but maybe be able to shine a light on where to look, under what rocks that they're hiding this information. They may have already started down this path and we don't have to reinvent the wheel. And so I've just offered my staff, and I volunteered Senator Bradford's staff, and I've now volunteered Assembly Member Stone's staff. We're probably talking about 15 to 20 lawyers in addition to what you have with the DOJ.
Can I add also that we've had lengthy conversations and communications with Michael Newman of the Department of Justice, Senior Assistant Attorney General, and he couldn't have been more cooperative and helpful in this process. And so we talked about how difficult it would be to put together the survey and how long it might take and when we could expect responses, and it should it go to a targeted group of counties or all 58. And so we've had those discussions. I think that would be very helpful. The question I would ask Michael is, we don't want to create any violations of Bagley-Keene. And, Lisa and I are a sort of an advisory committee of just 2. And so by doing so, we didn't create any issues. I would love for Assembly Member Joan Sawyer and Senator Bradford to get involved in this, but we need to do it in a way where we're not communicating and inadvertently, I guess, Michael Newman creating a public meeting. And I'd be happy to pop out of the process, for example, to allow others to participate, but I think we're onto something. And it's been both Assembly Member Joan Sawyer and Senator Bradford that have been in this for many years. So, you know, we'd love to have you involved directly, and you know more about this than certainly I do. So I think my role is just to sort of help get the ball rolling, and then to the extent that without violating Bagley-Keene, we can get other members involved, but not communicating across lines if that's possible. I think that would be terrific, if that makes sense.
I don't know if that's a question to me, but I will go ahead and answer it. So we'll look into this question. I think that what would be doable is for DOJ staff to communicate with ledge staff. That's certainly doable, and you know, to avoid having, you know, any kind of serial communication or anything like that. We can facilitate that. I'll look into whether there is an alternative to the creation of a subcommittee to allow that to happen, or if, you know, if there is an option where, you know, you would step out, or there would be a separate advisory committee that would work on the sort of the execution of information requests through the legislature or something like that. There are a couple of different ways we could do it, but I appreciate you raising that concern. Thank you. It's a long way of saying it's doable.
I think Mr. Bradford wants to talk.
I think so.
Well, I think you, since Mr. Jones Sawyer has volunteered me, I'm just here to say I will avail myself to the best of my ability. I love it. The die has been cast, so I'll be more than happy to assist wherever I can. I will have to check with the legalities of what degree my committee staff engage, but if there's no challenges there, I'll be more than happy to use those resources as well. Thank you.
And just one other comment, maybe to Professor Grills. I'm wondering if this is something we can communicate with the communications consultants as this thing shapes forward, and this could be part of the outreach to the public as to what the task force is doing.
Are there any other questions or comments or insights from members Tamaki and member Grills?
I'm sorry, I was answering. I didn't realize I was on mute. To member Tamaki's question, but in terms of the communications firms, I think this is definitely something that would fall within the area and scope of work for them. And in fact, they, I believe, are planning to reach out sometime in the near future to each task force member to discern opportunities for media processes. So, yes.
So members Tamaki and member Grills, are we prepared to move on this item or to, you know, a motion on the floor related to this item?
So at the last meeting, December 8th, the motion was already approved to do two things. One, to allow us to continue to explore areas so we could figure out if there was a viable, susceptible subject matter to work on. And then secondly, the authority was placed in member Holder to actually proceed to go forward. So I don't believe any further authorization is needed. So this is, in essence, more of a report to the task force.
Okay, great. Is there any other questions or comments or insights related to this item on the agenda? Okay, if not, thank you. I want to personally thank members Tamaki and member Grills for your hard work on this issue. I'm looking forward to seeing how it materializes. So now,
excuse me, I'm sorry, Chairwoman. I just wanted to correct the record. This is not me and Tamaki, member Tamaki. It's member Holder and Tamaki.
Oh, I apologize. I don't know why I keep saying member Grills. Sorry. I would like to personally thank member Holder, especially, and member Tamaki for the hard work you've been doing behind the scenes around this issue. Definitely. Thank you so much for that correction. So now what we're going to do is we have to move the unfinished business portion. We have to advance that discussion item ahead of the item where we're discussing future meetings of the task force, which is a presentation between myself and member Scott Lewis, because the unfinished business probably will inform the schedule for the future meetings of the task force. So now we're going to discuss unfinished business, and there's two parts of unfinished business, and one part actually directly relates to what we were just discussing in terms of the media consultant that we've just hired. And so in previous meetings, the Department of Justice has, handled most of all of the press inquiries and have sent them to me, where I've tried to filter to other task force members or handle them myself. And so I wanted to discuss, and maybe someone can put a motion on the floor where we can actually have the new media coordinator that we just hired, the new media consultant firm that we just hired, kind of take that job from the DOJ, right? And so they can be like our secretary, our media secretary, and all press inquiries will go through them, and then they will reach out to us as it relates to any inquiries that come in to the task force.
Madam Chair, I move that we place the measure of the media consultant being hired.
Is there a second? Excuse me.
I second.
Okay, great. So it has been properly moved in and seconded that the media coordinator that we just hired will handle, will have the responsibility for handling all the media requests on behalf of the task force as a whole. Is there any discussion on this matter? Member Girls, you are recognized.
Yes, so just for a point of clarification, that when we're saying that they're going to handle media requests, it means that they're going to manage the requests and triage the requests to different task force members, as well as give insights to the task force members about the particular media outlet that is seeking an interview. But they will not be the spokespersons for the task force, because they don't want to do that. They feel that it's better to have the task force members be the face, but that they can help to field, like this would probably be a good one for, Senator, Bradford, or this would be a better one for the chair, et cetera, and then give us any background information you might need about that outlet.
Yeah, absolutely. Exactly. Thank you for that clarification. Is there any other questions, comments, discussion on the matter?
Just also a question for clarification. So if we receive media requests outside of the DOJ, we just forward them to the media consultant and then have them disperse it? Or?
I mean, I think that let me actually not just talk out of turn, because I'm not a communications expert. So why don't I ask that question of the communications firms? We have a meeting with them next week on Friday. And I'll get their counsel and share it back with DOJ so they can share it with the entire task force on what the best process is for things like that.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
And if I could just add, since we're talking specifically about this and you're going to be meeting with the communications team, if you could just inquire of them whether there's a set of talking points that they are going to be formulating, whether they think the best approach is that we as a uniform body follow those talking points. I just want to get a sense about that as well. About their ideas about us speaking as a collective around the work that we're doing.
I'm
Does
sorry.
that make sense?
Yeah, you went out on my end. I think it's something on my side. So I only heard the end of your sentence. So I'm sorry. Would you repeat it for me?
No worries. No, I know that you're going to be speaking with the communications team. So I just wanted to get some clarity from them as to whether they are going to be putting together talking points for the task force to use when we're speaking to the media, whether they think that we should be speaking to the media in our individual capacity or as in our collective capacity and utilizing the talking points that they formulate, just to sort of get a sense of their strategic plan around that issue.
Yeah, I will definitely ask them. I know that in the last meeting with them, they talked about preparing materials packets for all of the anchor orgs, so that there was kind of consistency of message, et cetera. So I will ask them about that to make sure if that will be sufficient for us or if we would need something in addition and if they would prepare it for us.
Great, that's perfect.
If I could say one thing, Chair Moore, I mean, that may depend upon the specific activity. So for example, the issuance of a survey to compel, information from the district attorney's offices may have its own talking points. The report certainly in June of 2022, that's a big deal that we all ought to sort of get on the same page on in terms of how we amplify that. If we pursue Senator Bradford's idea of having a meeting in the Central Valley and taking a field trip out to Allensworth, or what was Allensworth, that in itself is, something, a great opportunity to educate the California public. So that would have its own talking points. So it may be that the consultants will have to communicate separately with individual members to get framing on some of these issues as they come up.
Member Girls, I'm wondering, is there a way for us to, put a face to the name, so to speak, where the consultant company can maybe come to a future task force meeting and just kind of introduce themselves, maybe do a report back of what they plan to do, as it relates to what we're talking about now, but just in general as well. I think that would be helpful.
Yeah, so if you just agendize it, then I can put the ask in.
Okay, great. We'll discuss that later. So are there any other questions, comments on this discussion item? Hearing no further discussion, I will go to Parliamentarian Johnson so that she can establish a roll call vote on the motion.
Thank you. I'm calling the roll call vote on the motion regarding the media coordinator who will handle media requests as clarified by Member Grills. Chair Moore?
Aye.
Chair Moore votes aye. Vice Chair Brown?
Aye.
Vice Chair Brown votes aye. Member Bradford? Member Bradford? I think he's frozen. I'll go back to him. Member Grills?
Aye.
Member Holder?
Aye.
Member Bradford?
Aye.
Thank you. Member Jones Sawyer? Member Lewis?
Aye.
Member Tamaki,
Aye.
Member Montgomery Stepp,
Aye.
Madam Chair, there were 8 members voting, 8 ayes, no nays, and 1 not voting.
Thank you. So
Was
there
my
were 8
vote recorded?
ayes.
This is Bradford. Was my vote recorded?
Yes, it was, sir. Member Jones Sawyer is the one that, is he? No. Thank you.
Thank you. So there were 8 ayes, 0 nays. Did you say there was 1 not voting?
That's correct.
Okay. So there were 8 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 not voting. The motion carries as the ayes have it. So the next part of the unfinished business is a carryover from the discussion that we had yesterday, where Member Holder put a motion on the floor. And so I would like to just go back to Member Holder for her to kind of restate the motion, and we can have a discussion. Member Holder, you're recognized.
Thank you. To begin. I'm gonna, based on the discussion that we had with the Secretary of State, I'm going to go ahead and withdraw the motion unless there's some objection. But I do want to say for the record, especially after hearing the testimony that we had today from mental health experts across the board about the experience of trauma that all Black people in the United States are facing, and about the way that that trauma of racism to all Black people is landing on us physically and changing our physiologies. Given that backdrop, I think, number one, this body and the public that helping to buttress this body, as Black people and as brown people, etc., we need to recognize how much trauma we have all experienced. And that this process that we are engaging in is a traumatic experience for us. And we need to take care of each other, tread lightly with one another, and treat each other with dignity. The second thing I want to say is that it's so important, and I'll say this as a scholar, as an educator, and as someone who's a trained attorney who's been litigating for over 20 years. It's so important that we think critically, that we bring our experience, our education, our lived experience to bear when we are engaging a process like this of such monumental historical importance. And so, to the extent that we bring that experience, that background to bear in terms of interrogating this process and challenging one another and thinking critically about how to create the instruments for reparations, that not be deemed a threat, that not be deemed a form of paralysis. Because in the end, that level of engagement, that level of interrogation, and that democratic process that we are engaging in by thinking critically around these issues of such importance is what's going to make our recommendations stronger, better, and more viable. And with that, I will withdraw the motion.
Thank you so much, Member
Madam
Holder.
Chair.
Yes,
Yes,
Parliamentarian.
in withdrawing the motion, there was a seconder that needs to withdraw their second because it became a part of the House once it was made and seconded. So whoever the seconder was will need to do that.
Member Grills.
Yes, yes. I was not prepared to withdraw that motion. And so I'm going to be thinking out loud here. I want to start by saying I really appreciate what Member Holder was sharing. I fully embrace what she was sharing, that, you know, for us to raise questions about things is to simply be doing our due diligence. And we shouldn't then have to be attacked or character assassinated or suggested that we would be withdrawn from the task force or be called anything but a child of God because we're trying to do our due diligence. We were brought onto this task force to do a job. We're trying to do that job, and we don't need 100% agreement. That doesn't mean you're a villain if you don't have 100% agreement. Now, that being said, let me explain what my vote was about. And it's very simple. Let me start with, I have nothing against Kirsten Mullen. I think she's a delightful woman. I think she's a gifted and talented woman. I actually had a one-on-one with her and Professor Darity. And I found it to be a very engaging and enjoyable conversation. But I raised the question, we are dealing with a very, very complicated thing that they have to accomplish in terms of the two tasks for the economists on this task force. And if we are going to get the results that we need, I'm looking for people who are bringing a particular expertise, whether that is strictly in economics or closely related to economics, where you have the skill set to create the models, to do the calculations, and to understand the way to communicate this both technically to other economists who are going to pick it apart and to the general public. And so when I start thinking about those things, it makes me wonder if Mrs. Mullen was not associated with Professor Darity, would we be considering her to be on the panel of economists? Or should we be trying to bring in additional talent with the background and technical expertise for that role? And then the other reason that I seconded the motion was because it's not still clear to me how this panel of economists and others are going to function and operate. And as a task force, I feel we have a responsibility to know what we are about to support and authorize. And so what we don't know is, what is their process going to be? Is there going to be, and I've led enough research teams over my 30, 40 years doing research to know you just don't throw a group of people together and say, produce a product. There has to be some kind of strategy and structure that they're following. I have no clue what that is. And so I just kind of wanted to understand this before I co-signed something. And again, it was only out of my sense of responsibility to do the due diligence. So that all being said, if my other task force members are comfortable with having someone in that panel of economists and I guess a political scientist who does not have the technical background, not to say they don't have a contribution to make, and I can see the chatter just blowing up, I'm not reading it, but please stop and listen for a minute before you start reacting, right? So if the rest of my task force members are comfortable with that, ashe. And if the rest of my task force members are comfortable with not knowing how our economists are going to organize themselves, then ashe.
Thank you for that, Member Grills and Member Holder. I hear you and I actually agree with you all wholeheartedly. I think due diligence is important, and no one's character should be assassinated or put into question. Given that people have legitimate answers and questions, and people's intentions shouldn't be questioned either. We're doing this for free. To your point, we're putting in massive amounts of time and labor. This is a labor of love, and so I just wanted to, kind of reciprocate what you're feeling. I feel as well. So, I'm sorry about that. Remember Scott Lewis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair Moore, but Member Montgomery Step had her hand up early. Go after. Did you not?
You can go ahead. I'll go after you. That's cool.
You sure? Okay, I
Yep.
appreciate it.
Okay.
I wanted to follow up on Member Grill's comment and provide a little bit of broader contextualization, given that I think of all of the task force members, I am perhaps the closest to the discipline of economics. Here at UC Berkeley, I co-chair the Economic Disparities Research Cluster, which is populated with some of the world's top economists. A few of them have won Nobel Prizes in economics. Professor Robert Reich, who many of you might know, is also a part of this cluster that I lead. So when we're dealing with the question of economics, there's a disciplinary challenge. And the issue is that the qualitative component of the lived experience of people oftentimes gets filtered out through the mechanism by which economic analysis is conducted. And today's testimony alone shows us the power of narrative, right? A couple of our speakers today talked about the lie that was told about Black people and the way that that lie gets perpetuated and becomes structural and has led to the centuries of inequality, disparity, and violence that Black people in this country have faced. And so I, behind the scenes, was doing my bit to try and find, an economist or individuals who could be qualified to take the place of Professor Hamilton. And there's a big challenge just with the job itself. There's a great deal of conservatism in the economics discipline, meaning what we are asking somebody to do is perhaps the bravest task in economics that perhaps has existed, which is that we are asking an economist or a team of economists quantify centuries of injury. And the truth is that regardless of the skill set of the various economists who I tried to approach, and I've sent many emails, I've gotten very few to no responses for the people who I was trying to highlight, is that there's a lack of bravery, just to put it plainly, right? Regardless of the skill set, people do not want to be the individual responsible for putting that number out into the world. And so I think when we're looking at people like, Professor Darity, Ms. Mullen, Dr. Kramer, right, you have to also consider just the sheer commitment that these individuals have to the kind of justice-oriented purpose of that task. Even though it might ultimately feel like it's a mathematical project, it is so much more than just that. And so, with Ms. Mullen in particular, given her role as a folklorist, what is injury? What are the injuries that we are trying to account for? We need as much of a mathematical model as we need a qualitative sense of the history, a qualitative sense of the really complicated ways that that history has played out in order to factor that into the actual economic modeling. And so I think, the people who are being proposed ultimately are very well suited because of these exact issues that I'm raising now. And so I think, while I have a lot of appreciation for the position, As a member of the Economic Disparities Research Cluster, I personally often struggle to communicate this simple fact to colleagues. Right? When someone is trying to explain that the experience of poverty isn't just how much money they bring in and how much money they, spend on a monthly basis or however regular we're talking about, but the very quality of money, what it means to have it, what it means to spend it. Those kinds of things have to be incorporated into these calculations. And so we do need, I think, a team that is representative enough from a disciplinary standpoint, but also, I think, more importantly, from the standpoint of a commitment, who will be willing to put themselves out there to actually make the brave choice of making a claim. And that's what we're here to deal with, right? We're dealing with, all of us are engaged in a very brave act of trying to make claims on the behalf of people for whom claims were denied for centuries. And so I think we need to make sure that the economics team is willing to be, inclined to do the same work as we are.
Chair Moore, Madam Chair, I just want to clarify that as Dr. Grills, I didn't hear her withdraw her second. Therefore, just to take it back a step, just to be clear that we are still talking about the motion that was made by Lisa Holder that is on the floor. So I wanted to make sure all of the members were clear on that. That motion is still on the floor, and that's what we are discussing.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that. Then, Member Montgomery Stepp, are you available now?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you, Chair. I really appreciate the discussion, and having very limited knowledge about economists, I kind of assumed some of what Member Lewis just said, just about the challenge that we would have. It's not like we would have an open market of folks that would be willing to do this, and so that's where my thought process was. But I will also say that I think not having the scope of work, or not having discussed that, or not having that as a part of our discussion when it came before us, and already having the names, which, by the way, I am okay with, but not having the scope, I could see how that'd be a major issue for us, because as Member Grill said, we don't, and it's even if it were an exercise in education, we don't really know. I can say I don't really know what the next steps are, what's going to happen, what our expectation is. And we know we need a number, but but outside of that, there was not really a lot of process that went along with the way that it came forward to us. So I think that may add to some of what we're dealing with now. So I do recall that the DOJ's first recommendation was that we send out these letters of retention that are not tracks, and then we discuss the scope of work, which I would be okay with. So I just wanted to throw that in there, that I think I definitely understand where everyone is coming from, and the way that it came to us as a task force. Of course, although not intentionally, it may have spurred some additional confusion. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you for that, members. Yes, Member Grills, and then I want to go to Attorney Newman, who can maybe speak to the process issue. Member Grills.
Thank you. So I just want to say, this is why we have conversation. This is why we have discussion. And that's a good thing. It does not mean we are the enemy. And so, Member Scott Lewis, I appreciate your argument. And that has moved my position. And so I wholeheartedly agree. Now, I also agree with Member Montgomery Stepp, that we need to know about their process. And so I am, just so that we're clear now, so that our parliamentarian who is keeping us on track understands, I am willing to withdraw, to also, as a second, withdraw the motion, convinced by or informed by the perspective of Member Scott Lewis and Member Montgomery Stepp, with the caveat that when we come to our next meeting, then we should have on our agenda some discussion about what their process is going to entail.
So did you withdraw the motion, or you said we're still?
I said
withdrawing her second.
I'm withdrawing the second.
The second, okay. Attorney Newman?
Sure. Yes, Chair Moore, I can speak to that. So I really appreciate the discussion. I will say that I really appreciate the discussion, and that certainly helps us in coordinating the process of coordinating the experts. The idea here, I think, moving forward, because it's a very complicated question. The process is essentially going to be, because the task force has to make all of the ultimate decisions as to who should get reparations, what form reparations should take, and how those reparations should be allocated. Those are all exclusively the decision of the task force as a whole. And they are not going to be the decision of the experts, no matter who the experts are, or no matter what the experts' positions may be. Their opinions are their own, but the task force's opinion is what governs. You are in charge of what ultimately becomes the recommendation to the legislature provided for under under the law. The issue is, as Member Scott Lewis has delineated, and as you all seem to be keenly aware, the process of getting to that is going to be very complicated, and unlike most expert retention processes, because what will need to happen is, in order to provide the task force with all the information you all need in order to make the decisions, you need the advice of the experts, and then you will need to make the decisions, and then the experts will need to go and do the calculations and make the final sort of recommendations to you about what your recommendation should be. It's kind of a two-part process. The answers are not in the statute, they're in your ultimate decision making. So I definitely think that having this discussion is critical. There's a couple ways the task force can do that, and that's one of the reasons why the chair advanced this to before you all take up the question of what happens in the future meetings or how they're scheduled. Obviously, there's quite a bit of conversation, discussion, and decisions that need to be made. Some of those before the scope of work is actually ready to be presented to the task force to vote on. In order to do that, the task force can, as my usual guidance is, designate somebody to work with the experts to develop a scope of work that includes this sort of three-part process where the experts present options to the task force makes a decision about what their direction should be, and then the experts carry out that direction. You could also have an advisory committee that essentially works with the experts, but everything comes back to the task force for discussions like these and a final vote for direction. Or you can take it up as a task force as a whole, where these discussions would happen in open meetings like these between all the members and the members of the expert group. And that would have to be in open meetings. And so that's why it really does affect what your future meeting schedule would be like, because if you have that discussion, it would seem like it may require some significant dedicated time in the meetings. So those are sort of your option. Those are your three options for moving forward. And just to be clear about where we are in the process, this is the process for developing the scope of work, and then ultimately for figuring out how the process will work for execution of that scope of work, meaning when things will come back to the task force, when the task force will make a decision, and just keeping everybody in mind of the ultimate deadline. This all needs to take place in such a way that it allows the experts enough time to actually craft their recommendations for you for a final report that would be done by July 1 of 2023. I know that was a lot. I'm happy to answer any questions you have. Oh, you're on mute, Chair Moore.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Vice Chair Brown, you're recognized.
I call for the agenda, the question.
There's no motion.
Beg pardon?
There's no motion on the floor.
No, I didn't say motion, I said the agenda.
Okay, you orders of the day? Okay. He wants you to go back to the agenda item. We're at agenda. You're at agenda 20, item 22, which is what they're discussing.
Right. So are we calling to stop this discussion to go to something else?
No,
we can't do that.
He wants you to clarify where you are on the agenda.
Right. We are on unfinished business, which has to occur before we get to item 22, because this unfinished business will inform the next agenda item, which is the schedule for future meetings of the task force. So I'll just restate or re-clarify where we're at as it pertains to what Attorney Newman stated. So essentially what we can do is at our next meeting, we could put on the agenda to bring all these potential consultants into the room so that we can learn more about them and their qualifications. But with that caveat, that'll take a significant amount of time. And so an alternative, what Attorney Newman is suggesting, is that we set up an advisory committee of 2 task force members to work alongside with the California Department of Justice Research Center, so that this advisory committee would work with these potential consultants offline, so to speak, to develop the scope of work, which that's for approval for a vote. And so that's kind of where we are right now. But I just, before we just move on to do a motion, I want to just clarify who we're talking about, right? So you have Sandy Darity and Kirsten Mullen. So Sandy Darity and Kirsten Mullen were hired by the Department of Justice before this panel was impaneled to help and guide their research with the report. Sandy Darity and Kirsten Mullen also have written the book, From Here to Equality, Reparations for Black Americans in the 21st Century. And I believe that book is one of the reasons why the California Department of Justice decided to reach out to them for a consultant position before we were in panel. And so the other person in consideration to be a part of this economic team is William Spriggs. So William Spriggs was also, he provided expert testimony at our task force meeting last year in October. And William Spriggs was also the chair of Howard University's economics department, the assistant secretary for labor and policy under Obama's administration, and he's currently the chief economist at the AFL-CIO. The third economist we have as a potential member of the team is Kesia Campbell, the Black American woman who is an economist and works at Pierce College. And the California Department of Justice Research Center has already met with her and has had some conversations with her, and she has expressed interest in being a part of the team. And then the last person, so that's Darity, Mullen, Spriggs, Kesia Campbell, and then Thomas Kramer. So Thomas Kramer is a professor of public policy at the University of Connecticut, and he's actually done some research, past research on the issue of reparations with Darity and Mullen before. So of those 5 people, right, 3 are economists, Darity, Mullen, and Cassia Campbell. Darity, Spriggs, and Cassia Campbell. Kramer is a professor of public policy, and Mullen is a folklorist. So essentially, this team would comprise of 3 economists, 1 public policy professor, and 1 folklorist. And I guess I'll contrast that team to what we were considering before, which was Derek Hamilton from the New School. And I believe we approved to have him as an economic consultant before we actually received his scope of work. And so I only say that to say, this isn't really much different, other than we're considering more than 1 person for this team. And so essentially, again, just to recap what we would need to do to move this item forward, it's either we create an advisory board committee that will work alongside the research center, and with these 5 people, help develop a scope of work so that the scope of work can be presented at our next task force meeting, or we vote to say, let's hear about their individual qualifications at the next meeting, and approve of them then, but then that might take some significant time, which would then, after that, we would also have to kind of do another step of approving a scope of work. So that's where we're at. Attorney Newman, does that sound right to you?
That does, and I think just to clarify, if there is not sort of an advisory committee that's reporting back to the task force, then yes, in a future meeting, you would evaluate each of the members of the team, and then have to work through a scope of work in order to then be able to consider the scope of work as a sort of a committee of the whole of the entire task force.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Vice Chair Brown, you're recognized.
Why can't we consider a committee of 3, you as the chair, and 2 other persons from the task force?
I believe that would be a subcommittee, right, Attorney Newman, and that would faculty key provisions would apply to a committee of 3 or more.
But what you mentioned was 5.
Oh yeah, that's 5 economists. Well, 5 people on the team.
No, I thought you said 5 on the committee. The committee that will work along with this team is to be vetted.
So to clarify, so what would need to happen would be, we would need to create an advisory committee of 2 task force members to work with the research center, so that these 5 people that we're considering on the economic consultant team will develop the scope of work, like independent of this meeting space. So essentially, Dr. Brown, I don't know if you're trying to make a motion for an advisory committee of 2 people to develop this work.
I move the committee of 2. And you as ex officio chair would be 3rd person.
If you do that, if you have a committee of 3, you will have a subcommittee which will have to be noticed, and it will be subject to the Bagley-Keene Act. So you'd have to give the 10 days notice if you have a subcommittee. If you have 2 members, you do not. It will be an advisory committee, period. And that advisory committee will be tasked with working with those recommended individuals, consisting of, 4 teams or 4 individuals. I think it's 2, 1, 1, and 1. So your task will be to work with that group to come up and develop a scope of work, which will be brought back by that advisory committee with those individual members, assist or at the meeting to answer your questions. And then you will vote on the acceptance of that scope of work, which will allow you to move in the direction you're seeking to do.
Madam Chair again,
Yes, Vice Chair Brown.
I'm confused. I thought this matter of not more than 3 members of the committee applying only to this task force, not a subcommittee that is working as an advisory group to the General Task Force.
May I, Madam Chair? If you have a subcommittee is subject to the Bagley-Keene Act, if you have 3 or more people, period. So if you have 3 or more people, all of the provisions of the Bagley-Keene Act will apply. You have to notice it. You have, you can't, talk outside of the group, all of that. But if you have 2 members of the task force, as you've done in the past, where you have set and voted on an advisory committee with any 2, no more than 2, then that 2 can be tasked with what the task force wants them to do. What I'm hearing that you want them to do is to meet with the individuals that were recommended by the research center, and you want them to develop a scope of work. And that scope of work, when they do that, it will be a report that they will bring back to the full task force. And then you will review that when the 2 advisory members report back, just as Member Tamaki and Member Holder did when they reported back. You will look at that, and if they have something in writing, that writing will be presented as a materials, just as you've done with others. And you will discuss that, and then you will vote on it. The acceptance or not acceptance. Or you'll send them back with other direction.
Well, I move that we choose 2 persons from the task force, be that committee.
Okay, is there a second? Well, there's no second.
I'll second. And I think Member Holder's hand was up, but I do have some questions afterwards. So I will second for now, and I have.
Okay. So it has been properly moved and seconded that a 2-member advisory board committee is established to work alongside the Department of Justice Research Center to help develop the scope of work with the 5 individuals named. Member Holder, you had a question.
No, is there going to be a call for discussion, or do we just go to vote?
No, you discuss.
So there's a call for discussion. So you had a question.
Oh, okay. So what I will say is that I'm going to vote no, and this is why. Unlike the subpoena committee or the subpoena advisory, committee, or the linguistics advisory committee, those are collateral issues. I think that this issue of the scope of work of the economists is probably one of the most fundamental undertakings of this task force. And I think we need to decide what that scope of work will be as a collective body with total transparency. I know that will take up some time, but given the primacy of that task, then we need to dedicate the time to that. So that is why I'm going to vote no to Dr. Brown's motion of having just 2 advisors work on the scope of work with the economists.
Thank you for that. Member Lewis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair Moore. I agree with Member Holder. Because in principle, the scope of work would have to be guided by some fundamental issues that we've not yet decided. In principle, is that we have to have a formal decision about the terms of eligibility. There's no way that the economics team will be able to go forward and do any amount of work without any formal guidance from the task force on the issue of eligibility. And I'm thankful for Secretary of State, Dr. Weber, coming to our meeting yesterday and basically making things fairly clear for us. But as a task force, we have to, Dr. Weber has given us the authority to make that decision finally. And so we need to, with that guidance in mind, with her guidance in mind, we need to state that definitively. At that point, we can tell, we can finally come up with the scope of work for the economists. But we have to know, and in decided manner, the terms of eligibility for the scope of work to even be considered. So I think there might be at some point where an advisory committee can be formed, but we first have to make these decisions. My sense is that it has largely been, concluded, but we need to, as a task force, actually vote, I think, on the terms of eligibility in order for any forward work to be undertaken by the economist team.
Thank you. Member Tamaki, you're recognized.
So that same thing occurred to me, that the economists will want to know what the task force's universe of eligibility and criteria are before they then develop it. So maybe one approach is, and I think we do need to meet with the experts. I've read From Here to Equality. I think it's a brilliant book. I think Sandy Darity and Kirsten Mullen have done a remarkable achievement. But like with any expert that we use, everybody should be vetted. We should discuss it, and we should meet with them on something so fundamental. So maybe one approach is to have a meeting where we meet with the experts, have the ability to question and get to know them and understand, what their feelings, and to have them provide us with some guidance. We then go into a session without them. It'd still be a public meeting, but basically we would, commence the discussion about, I think, what Professor Scott Lewis is talking about in terms of the issue of eligibility, and we discuss it, and we sort of map out the parameters of what that would be, and then, assuming we can vote on that and begin to shape what the approach might be in either in a specific manner as the task force feels it can do, then we would be meeting directly, or it could be a committee, an advisory committee, meeting with the experts to then fashion the next steps, which would be the scope of work, and then the scope of work would serve as a roadmap for basically what they're going to study. So it's kind of a two-step process. Meet the experts, the task force basically figuring out this very difficult issue, and then a advisory committee meeting, working with the experts to further map out the scope of work and then produce the work.
Thank you for that. Vice Chair Brown, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, when do we agendize and settle the issue of eligibility? When?
Member Montgomery.
Yeah, thank you. I think I'm trying to distinguish in my head what decisions we need to make as a task force before we go into the next step. And so I think that's on us. And in my mind, I didn't think an advisory committee was going to prohibit us from being able to make the decisions that we are charged to make, via the bill. And so I guess I wasn't clear on, I feel like there's this feeling that an advisory committee would be deciding these things for us, when I just looked at it as a couple representatives from the task force that will be working with the economists. These are these very grave, big decisions. There's no way that I would want to put that into the hands of two of us, right? And I don't think any of us would want to do that. So I guess maybe more clarity on what the function of the advisory committee would be. And then number two, what decisions do we have to make that we know now as a task force before we go into that next step with the group of economists. And that also would be something that an advisory committee could bring to us so that we can agendize accordingly. So I just didn't think that an advisory committee would have the be able to decide for all of us how we're going to deal with these issues.
Madam Chair, my question still was not answered. The question was, since we appear to be bottlenecked over this issue of the economics reparation, in that we have not determined the eligibility for reparation. What's the basic? What's the first thing first?
Member Scott Lewis, your hand.
Doing that.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Chair Brown, did you want to finish what you said? I didn't mean to cut you off.
I'm saying the task force has a responsibility of making that decision. And my question is, why is it that we appear to be hesitant about making that decision?
I can answer you, Member Brown. It's just that we haven't moved to agenda item number 22 yet. And so that gets exactly answered once we move to the next agenda item. And so, I mean, it feels like it's clear that we are ready to do that. So perhaps that's what we should do. So what I will say as one of the advisory committee members alongside Chair Moore for the future meetings, we have this exact point on the schedule to be discussed. We need to move to that to decide exactly where it should go. So that's what we need to do collectively, and we could do that. I mean, we are supposed to be doing that this meeting. What I will just say in addition, in response to Member Montgomery Stepp's question is that the economist team is going to ask a lot of questions, and those questions that they ask are going to presume a lot of authority from the advisory committee. And so the issue is that, and these are not decisive questions, these are just like, so how are we defining, right, what as I mentioned earlier, what the notion of injury means in this case or that case. And so it's important that we have a good sense as a task force who could then effectively give that guidance to the advisory committee, who can then carry the task force's guidance into their discussion with the economics experts. What I will say is that the meetings so far have, I think, done a lot of the work in terms of thinking about the areas of inquiry that the economics experts will need to look into. How do we quantify, how do they quantify the various injuries that we've been addressing across the course of our meetings so far? The missing issue is just a question of eligibility, right? That is the intersecting issue. And so as soon as we can decide that, then I think we will, have accomplished the lion's share of determining the scope of work, at least in a general sense, as a set of guidance that we can provide to the economics experts. And at that point, I think, an advisory committee working with the economics experts will be, will have a certain sense of get confidence in what kind of feedback they're giving to that panel.
Okay. Thank you, Member Lewis. I'll go to Attorney Newman again to just further clarify essentially what you just said, Member Lewis, but to also to Montgomery Stepp's question as to the role and function of the advisory committee, given that we still have a motion on the floor.
Sure, I'm happy to do so. So I think essentially everyone is correct in what they've said. These are the ultimate decisions that lie with the task force as a whole. Those decisions couldn't be delegated to an advisory committee. An advisory committee can't actually carry out the role of the task force as a whole. An advisory committee is simply a way for the task force to delegate to 2 members just to handle some of the heavy load and heavy lift of some of these issues, to prep them for consideration for the task force. So for example, Member Tamaki and Member Holder are on the subpoena advisory committee. They do not have the ability to issue subpoenas on behalf of the task force, absent a vote of the task force, because they are only an advisory committee. That's different than if, say, one person was delegated the obligations, which would allow that one person to carry out the duties of the task force on their own. In other words, if there was one person handling the subpoenas with the Department of Justice, we could work with that one person and then just go ahead and issue subpoenas on their instructions. We can't do that with 2 members. Those 2 members need to come back and report back, as Member Tamaki, Member Holder have been doing, to the task force for a vote of the whole task force in order to get authority to move forward. That being said, the motion right now is not for the advisory committee to make any of these determinations with regard to what the ultimate decisions of the task force are going to be as to who is eligible, what forms reparations should take, and how reparations should be allocated. The question is, we need to go ahead and retain these experts. We have the Department of Justice has to go through the retention process and figure out contracts and all that stuff. And in order for the task force to be able to vote as to whether the task force wants to proceed with this expert group, meaning this group, we've talked about five members of this expert group, with a scope of work that contemplates a process for the task force to get the advice and consultation of the experts in terms of how they should make those decisions. For example, if you're looking at who is eligible, the task force will have to vote on who is eligible. A member, Scott Lewis, a member, and Chair Moore will present a plan for getting to some of those decisions when we're done with this agenda item. But part of that is having the experts provide advice if the task force wants it on those questions. So that would be part of the scope of work. Theoretically, it could also just be testimony that you ask them in open meetings, but the idea here is for that to be part of the scope of work that they would agree to as a whole, and then proceed pursuant to that scope of work all the way through the drafting of Report 2, which would express the opinion of the task force as a whole. So the advisory committee contemplated here is not to reach any of those ultimate questions. That being said, it is also perfectly reasonable for the task force to have these kinds of discussions as to who should be on the expert team, what the expert team should be tasked with, and what, most importantly, what issues members of the task force feel like they want to hear from the expert team about. If the task force feels like you want to have a vote and just decide what the community of eligibility is, then maybe you don't need the task force, the expert committee to weigh in on that, the expert team to provide recommendations or provide analysis or support you in coming to that decision. If you're able to make that decision yourselves, then you don't need the expert team. So it's really just working through that example. That's one of probably a dozen different issues that need to be resolved as we work toward a scope of work of what you really want this expert team to be working on your behalf, advising you, getting to the final recommendation. So I think, you know, everyone's correct. There's no one right answer or anything like that. It's just something that'll be up to you all to decide how you want to manage. And again, this is just the part of the work that involves just agreeing that these are the experts that you want, that this is the expert team that you want helping you all in coming to this final decisions and your recommendations, and then how you want to get that assistance from them through the scope of work.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor for this advisory committee. I just want to provide space for, you know, a motion to be withdrawn, or for us to just do the, you know, take the vote on this advisory committee so that we can move forward with the next agenda item, which is about future hearings. So how about this? So there's been a motion, there's been a second, and I'll just restate the motion, and then we can just go to a vote and see where that goes. So the motion is to create an advisory committee that'll work alongside the California Department of Justice Research Center, in addition to the 5 individuals named, to develop a scope of work with these 5 individuals, to bring back to the task force for a further discussion. So that's the motion on the floor. And again, this advisory committee wouldn't have any, you know, sole authority to make any decisions on behalf of the task force. Okay, so Parliamentarian Johnson, may you please establish a roll call vote for the motion on the floor?
Yes, I will. I will call the call the roll for the vote on the motion on the floor. Chair Moore.
Abstain.
Chair Brown, I'm sorry, Vice Chair Brown. You're on mute. Vice Chair Brown, you're on mute.
Yes.
Thank you. Please repeat your vote. I didn't.
Yes.
Thank you. Vice Chair Brown votes aye. Member Bradford.
Based on the level of readiness, I'm going to abstain.
Member Bradford abstains. Member Grills.
No.
Member Grills votes nay. Member Holder. Member Holder. I mean, you're on mute.
No.
Member Holder votes nay. Member Jones Sawyer.
Abstain.
Member Jones Sawyer abstains. Member Lewis.
Aye.
Member Lewis votes aye. Member Tamaki.
Abstain.
Member Tamaki abstains. Member Montgomery Stepp.
Aye.
Member Montgomery Stepp votes aye. Madam Chair, 9 members voted. There were 3 ayes, 2 nays, and 4 abstentions.
Okay, so the motion fails.
No, there are 3 ayes, 2
3
nays, and 4
Okay, so the ayes
abstentions.
have it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's vote. So the ayes have it. So we'll develop an advisory committee. So before we move on to the next agenda item, I think it would be important for us to identify who these two members would be. And so we probably would need to do another motion for that. I don't mind volunteering myself. Member Jovan Scott Lewis has also volunteered. Is anyone else interested? I can abstain and take myself out of this as well. Okay, so Member Lewis, would you like to put a motion on the floor related to the committee?
Sure. Thank you, Chair. I move that myself, Member Lewis, and Chair Moore compose the advisory committee to the.
I second the motion.
So it has been properly moved and seconded that Member Scott Lewis and myself, Chairperson Moore, establish an advisory committee comprising of ourselves to work alongside the DOJ Research Center and the 5 individuals named to develop a scope of work for the economic consultancy position. Is there any discussion on the matter? Member Tamaki, you're recognized.
Yeah, just a short comment. I mean, I really anticipate, I think the idea of having two-person, both Chair Moore and Jovan Scott Lewis is great to get the ball rolling. We have to move forward. But I also anticipate the economists saying, well, how big the universe is. And then I anticipate, a sharpening of that discussion, but then ultimately bringing it back to the task force, because that is our prerogative. That's what everybody is saying. That's what Michael Newman is saying. That's what everybody believes. And at that point, there'll be a pretty robust discussion about what the universe of remedies are going to be, which in turn will inform the advisory committee and the experts that this is the will of the task force. But in that process, we'll get to know the experts and the task force members. I presume there'll be a presentation of some kind just to get the ball rolling. And at that point, Professor Grills and Member Holder and some of the others, we'll ask questions. But I think that's a good process to get it going. But it's kind of like, what do we do first? And it makes sense that the advisory committee goes forward, but then I anticipate it coming back to the task force because it has to. So just a comment.
I will say, this is me doing my due diligence. If we're going to be on this advisory committee, I know there was a comment made about potential conflicts of interest for the task for these individuals named, and so I'm just opening space. If anyone wants to kind of articulate what that means, which might be helpful for us, for members Scott Lewis and I, to kind of communicate back to the research center and these 5 individuals, that could inform our work with developing the scope of work. Are there any other comments or questions? If not, on the conflict of interest comment made. Okay, hearing no further discussion, I will go to Parliamentarian Johnson so that a roll call vote may be established.
Thank you. Voting on the motion to establish the members of the advisory committee, Chair Moore.
Aye.
Vice Chair Brown.
Aye.
Member Bradford.
Aye.
Member Grills.
Aye.
Member Holder.
Aye.
Member Jones Sawyer.
Aye.
Member Scott Lewis.
Aye.
Member, excuse me, Tamaki.
Aye.
Member Montgomery Stepp.
Aye.
Madam Chair, there were 9 members voting, 9 ayes, no nays.
Thank you. There are 9 ayes, no nays. The ayes have it, and so the motion carries. An advisory committee will be established, which will comprise of myself and Member Scott Lewis. So we'll now move on to the next item on our agenda, which is potential action items scheduled for future meetings of the task force, presentation by myself and Member Scott Lewis. Can the California Department of Justice staff put onto the screen the future hearing proposal that Member Scott Lewis and I came up with for the benefit of the public and the task force members, please? If you don't have it handy, I can try to use my screen. Please let me know.
I'm getting it up right now.
Thank you very much. And then once the presentation is on our screen, I'll let Member Scott Lewis take the lead.
Okay, thank you, Chair Moore. I'm assuming everybody else can see the proposed schedule. So as you see here at the top, we are in our current meeting for January 2022. So what's important to note is that Chair Moore and I were tasked with not only determining the locations of our future meetings, but to try and sketch out the topics of those future meetings. And what's important to note is that according to our original schedule of meetings, as initially proposed by the DOJ at the beginning of the life of the task force, where we are in that original schedule would be around meeting 6 out of 10 meetings. So as everyone knows, because we've been virtual up until this point, we agreed a couple of meetings ago that we would count or begin counting our 10 meetings that were provided to us by the state once we began meeting in person. And so there's a great deal of variability in what the schedule looks like going forward, depending on when we actually move to in-person meetings. So what we have on the screen right now is that the February meeting and the March meeting, because of Governor Gavin Newsom's extension on the of the requirement to meet virtually, the next 2 meetings are planned to be virtual. So what we have to do as a task force is decide if that is in fact lifted, not continued. One, are we comfortable beginning meeting in the months that follow, or do we want to remain in a virtual format? The other thing that we have to note is that according to the original schedule, we would actually be, we would be left with only 4 meetings, right? However, because of the circumstances of the way that we've planned our meetings and held our meetings, we actually have 8 more meetings or so remaining. Was there a point? I can't see everybody. Let me. Okay. So what we need to do is we need to, as a task force, one, decide on the timing of those meetings. We need to decide on the location of those meetings once we move to in-person, and we need to decide finally on the subjects of those meetings. Based upon the discussion that we've just had, it seems appropriate to put the question of eligibility on next month's meeting. That would be my recommendation, but this is for us to decide. So what I will do very quickly before we move to discussion is quickly go over what Chair Moore and I have come up with. So it was actually recommended by one of the members of the DOJ that we commemorate Black History Month in a February meeting. So at the moment we have that as a proposed activity, and the idea there is to highlight the current and past reparations advocates, as well as receiving a report update from the DOJ. And I might ask Michael Newman later to come and say something about the timing of the review of the report and approval of the report and what impact that will actually have on the schedule. We have in March a proposal to discuss criminal justice, as that was on our original schedule, and we've yet to address that issue. That would take place in March. Then in April, we would have our first in-person meeting, which we are proposing to be held in San Francisco, which was a decision that we agreed upon as initially suggested by Member Brown. At that meeting in April, one of our biggest tasks will be to actually discuss the report and have a final report approval so that it can be released in June. The other point in April is that we would discuss on how to educate the California public on findings, using that report as, using the approval of the report, the discussion around the approval of the report as our, let's say a kind of proper attempt at deciding how we are going to actually communicate what we've discussed over the past several months of meetings to the California public. And of course, it's important to remember that that task is provided to us as a requirement in Article 2 of the AB 3121 bill. So the report, or Report 1, will be released on June 1. The next meeting would then be held in July, and that would then be in Los Angeles. I need to expand it on my screen. Okay. So then the discussion of the report, the release report, there's a celebration of the report, a discussion about the report and the findings and the preliminary recommendations will be held in that July meeting. And then, prior to Dr. Weber's visit yesterday, Chair Moore and I thought that the July meeting would be a good time to finally discuss the issue of eligibility. But as I mentioned, I personally would recommend moving that up to our February meeting. What that would then represent is our pivot to stage 2 of the task force, where we would then begin to hear testimony and to begin to debate and deliberate, or at least have preliminary deliberation on the actual issue of what our reparations recommendation might be. Could you go to the next page, please? So as you would have seen, that the September meeting, where we would begin to discuss the issue of reparations, understanding and having testimony on various models of reparations, the recommendation was to have that take place in the historical Black town area of Allensworth, moving the meeting to its first Central California location. Then after that, the recommendation or the suggestion is to have our November meeting in Sacramento, where we would discuss the issue of reparation and restitution and restoration. Then moving to January 2023, we would move back to Southern California to San Diego, where we would discuss the issue of compensation. Then after that, we would come up again to Oakland, where we would start with what Chair Moore and I decided were the two parts of extensive and intentional deliberation. We're very mindful of the fact that we did not want to get to a place where we were left in the last meeting to discussing exactly what the proposals were going to be. So we wanted for there to be significant time, or at least sufficient time, to actually discuss our recommendations and to actually bring debate around the question of reparations and what we're proposing to the meeting. And so in February of 23, in Oakland, we are proposing something that we're calling Reparations Recommendations Part 1. And then in April of 2023, we are suggesting holding our meeting then in Inglewood, where we would take part in Reparations Recommendations Part 2. As you can see from the bulleted items, we would be thinking about very specific remedies, very specific recommendations, and we would be dedicating our time to discussing them. And then June 2023, we suggested to move the final meeting to Sacramento, which we thought it was appropriate, given its location, where we would have a presentation and an approval of the second report. Chair Moore, if you have anything to add, please go ahead.
Thank you for that. So the only thing I would add is, what we can do is, the task force, we can take comments or questions and insights based on the information presented, but I also wanted to provide an option or alternative where the task force can, vote to approve, let's say, the agenda for, February and March, and then as an advisory committee, Devon and I, a member Scott Lewis and I can kind of return back the task force next month and kind of rework this based on any comments or insights that you all have today. So that's all I would have to add. Lewis, is there anything else? Does that sound right? I can't see anyone, so.
And just for reference, in the meeting materials, this proposed is on page 201.
Oh.
You wanted us to pull it up and see it firsthand without having to look on the screen.
Since we can't see each other, can I speak, Chair Moore? It's Don Tamaki.
Yes, Member Tamaki.
So what would help me a lot is to start setting the dates of these meetings, because the longer we wait to set those dates, the more difficult it is. I'm sure everybody's calendar starts to fill up, and it makes planning really, really difficult. So I don't know how you all feel about that, or the Department of Justice, but for me, putting these dates up and, and fixing them so that we, schedule around them, or, know that we're going to have a quorum. I think that's important to me.
Yes, so Attorney Newman can actually speak to the quorum dates. I believe we have some. Attorney Newman?
Yes, sure. So a couple of things. First is we do have some quorum dates. They are informed by your responses to the doodle poll. I'll just remind you all, and Member Tamaki, to your point, in order to plan ahead, we really do need the members' availability and the members' responses to those doodle polls. That's what we go off of in order to gain availability. Also, clarify one thing about the virtual or versus in-person issue, which is Member Scott Lewis and Chair Moore laid out meetings starting in March, which would be after the expiration of the governor's order. And I mentioned this yesterday in my DOJ updates. One of the things we'll want to do is get the task force's decision on if an emergency order is extended after the previous meeting, so meaning after the March meeting, but before the April meeting. We would like to get a vote from the task force as to whether there is a preference to retain the in-person meeting or to shift to virtual, based on the extension of the executive order. And that would be important because we'll need to make those, we need to include that in the notice. So looking at the February meeting, and I don't know, Member Scott Lewis or Chair Moore, if you want to get into more detail of the plan of the February meeting, but the February meeting, I think the plan is for it to potentially be one day, and you have quorum dates on February 22nd, 23rd, and 24th. And I will make a note that the task force has asked for us to have Professor Erwin Chemerinsky provide testimony, and we have his available dates as February 23rd and 24th, which are also quorum dates. So either of those dates would work if we wanted him to be a part of the meeting as you've envisioned it for February. So just to recap, February 22nd, 23rd, and 24th. But 23rd and 24th of the dates Professor Chemerinsky are available. Then I'll also say that in March, the quorum dates are March 28th, 29th, and 30th. And we believe we also have Professor Chemerinsky available on March 29th or 30th when you have a quorum. And those are all of the quorum dates for potentially one-day meeting in February and a two-day meeting in March.
Thank you, Attorney Newman. And just to veggie back off of what he just said, in terms of what Member Scott Lewis and I and the DOJ were thinking about, and for our February meeting, that it would be a one-day meeting to commemorate Black History Month. But during the meeting, we would have a discussion or celebration of reparations advocates in the past and in the present. And then we were also thinking of having Dean Chemerinsky, as part of his expert testimony on the community of eligibility. Maybe also give a more broader lecture on constitutional law and Reconstruction and how that relates to reparatory justice efforts, particularly in California. And then, of course, in March would be our, as scheduled public hearing on mass incarceration, war on drugs, and the criminal legal system, as well as hate crimes. And so, I can't see anybody, so I put in the moderator chat if we could just move the paper off screen temporarily for now. Great. Thank you. So, yes, Member Holder, I see.
No, I was just going to ask you if you could just put the first page up really quick for a second.
Yes.
Okay, I'm good.
So I just have a clarifying question for Attorney Newman. So, with this discussion, would it be helpful if we voted on particular specific dates right now, today, or is this something that, right, for February and March, or is it something we could do offline, given that we already have some dates to? We would probably have to.
Well, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
So I think first and foremost, there's two things that I think we need to vote on. One of them is whether what form the February meeting takes. That's sort of the next thing, the next agenda item. We keep hopping through agenda items, but the next agenda item is setting the agenda for the next meeting. We currently have the March meeting up there because that's what's in the original plan. But of course, you're proposing a February meeting, whether that's one day or 2 days. I think the task force needs to take that up. And then just to confirm the dates so that everyone can plan, and frankly, so that we can then go start planning for the witnesses in February. But we'd also like to set the date for March so that we can, because that's going to be the subject matter of that meeting is going to be pretty jammed. So we'll want to start working on those experts as well. And we're just trying to confirm that there might actually be more quorum dates in February for a one-day meeting, potentially 23, 24, 25, and 26, which is a Saturday. But reconfirming Professor Chemerinsky's availability is still the 23rd and the 24th. I know I'm throwing a bunch of dates and information out. So if we take it sort of in order, I think first is the question of whether you want to have a one-day meeting as you've conceived that's split between somewhat ceremonial memorial, and then the second half, which is, as Member Scott Lewis mentioned before, a critical date, which is we do need to set aside time in the February meeting for you all to evaluate and consult with the DOJ on the draft of the task force's report.
Yeah. So are there any thoughts on what we should do, whether February should be a one-day meeting or a two-day meeting? Member Lewis? Lewis?
I think February needs to be a two-day meeting. And I say that because I think it's appropriate for us to spend, one day or part of a day commemorating Black History Month. We do have to discuss the draft of the report, and as I mentioned earlier, I think it's an appropriate time to finalize the eligibility question. And so those three issues require 2 days. And I'm not sure if I missed, but I was unaware of Dean Chemerinsky's availability in February. So on those days. So if he's available, then that marks to me an appropriate time to have that discussion around eligibility, given that he has some view on the matter.
Okay, so then that would mean that the meeting would have to be the February 23rd and 24th, because those are the only dates in February that Dean Chemerinsky, as we know, is available. So, Member Gross?
So I just wanted to clarify something. So we received something from DOJ that had a February-March combined, I think, set of topics. And so I tried to compare to see if the topics that were on that agenda were showing up on the agenda that you and Member Scott Lewis came up with. And for the most part it is, but 2 items don't seem to be appearing. One is the history of policing, and the other is anti-Black bias, basically talking about hate crimes. So what are we suggesting that with the proposed agenda that you shared, that those would get dropped off, or they can get put in somewhere else?
Chair Moore, I can speak to that.
Yeah, sure.
So the agenda, because we were developing an agenda for your consideration based on the original vote and direction of the task force from Chair Moore's original presentation, what we've labeled the potential February-March agenda in the meeting materials follows that original agenda. As the agenda stands, that would essentially become the March agenda in full as you see it, subject to your vote. And the February meeting is being added, sort of like the January meeting was added in. The February meeting is being added, or February, March, one of those meetings is being added in as an additional meeting, since we're still virtual and the meetings aren't, it's not part of the 10 in-person meetings. So we're just adding more meetings while we're virtual. So hopefully that addresses it, but essentially what we're taking up right now are both the February and the March meetings.
And so then the community of eligibility, which is on that combined February-March meeting, would move to February? Is that what I'm understanding? Because we said earlier that, well, it was discussed earlier that we need to have that conversation sooner than later, particularly as it relates to the work of the economists.
If I may, that's what I'm proposing. Yeah.
It's subject to your all decision and vote. And I think what would happen is, because that's set up as a presentation on scope of work and report 2 outlined from the DOJ Research Center, which was intended to be a follow-up from yesterday's discussion, that would essentially become part of the February meeting as this sort of new thing that you just voted on, which is the advisory committee and the discussion of the experts and the scope of work.
Yes. And at the March meeting, where we'll be discussing criminal legal system, war on drugs, and mass incarceration, to your point, Member Grills, I think the history of policing will be on there, and anti-Black hate crime.
So are we at the point then that we're just needing to make a motion to approve the entire slate laid out, or the next two meetings, like the February and the March?
Yeah, that's up to the task force. I think we can do a vote to approve the next two, and then we can come back and refine if needed, or we can just do a vote to approve the entire proposal.
Since I'm just seeing it now, I feel more comfortable. I mean, I haven't had a chance to really think about it. I'd be more comfortable with a motion to approve the next two meetings, and then we can agendize the remainder after we've had a chance to kind of think about it and make sure there's nothing missing that we feel would be important.
Member Scott Lewis.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I agree with Member Grills. I think it'd be best just to approve the next two meetings. Chair Moore and I really wanted everybody to kind of take a look, think about the subject matter of the remaining meetings, because we are actually in uncharted territory, because after the March meeting, we have effectively 3 or 4 meetings worth of material from the original schedule that we can actually either stretch out or supplement over another 8 meetings possibly. And so we do actually need you all to think about the content of what will be addressed in those meetings. So we're just putting forward a preliminary suggestion about what might be discussed. What I will say is that one of the principles behind what we recommended in say they call it the second half of the schedule, is that we want to make sure that we have enough robust debate and consideration around actually what reparations are, right? And so we didn't want that to be a contracted discussion, as it kind of was in the original plan, which was about 3 or 4 meetings worth of discussion. The other thing that we really want your feedback on is to make sure that there was agreement with the geographic representation of the locations of the in-person meetings. And so if you can take a look at that, and I'm not sure what the mechanism for communicating, I mean, I know we'll have to come back to a discussion about it, but I don't know, Michael, if there's some way that you could communicate to get some feedback so that we come into the next meeting with a good sense of where folks are on these 2 issues, meaning the content of the remaining meetings as well as their locations, if they are to be in person.
Sure, we can discuss this with all the members in the one-on-one meetings and formulate that into our future plans. I will say essentially there's the 3 meetings that need to be sort of resolved, I think, in this meeting or moving forward, or at least an understanding is that we do need to have a meeting in April, probably in mid-April, for the purpose of final approval of the task force's first report, so that can be formatted and published by the June 1 deadline. So that's essentially what is defined right now, and that's sort of been defined by the task force's original votes as to both the meeting schedule and then your vote in, I forget which meeting it was, but maybe it was the October-November meeting, about how the task force wants to engage with the final report. So we need a time in the February meeting for the task force to work through the report, and then we need time in the April meeting for the task force to do a final vote, which will be the final vote. And from that point on, it's final and done, and we'll be moving to get it formatted for publishing. So those are the only, I would submit, those are the 3 things we want to figure out. We don't have obviously quorum dates yet for April. We don't know whether that's going to be in person or remote. So that is why I'm also asking for a vote on whether or not, if the governor's executive order is extended in April, should that be, do you all want to have that be virtual, or do you want to choose to have that be in person? Because we'll have to start vetting locations. And then when we do our doodle poll for you all, we'll need to evaluate your availability for both in-person and virtual meetings. So it's essentially 3 meetings I think need to be resolved in now. And then the rest of it, I agree. You all can come back as an advisory committee and present a more fulsome plan for the future meetings, potentially after you resolve some of these questions that you'll be working with the experts on.
All right, so just, based on that statement that we have to resolve 3 meetings, I do want to just make an observation. I think in the April meeting, you should definitely have some sort of decisive discussions about communications and messaging for the publication of the report and how we want that messaging to roll out. So I don't know whether that means that we need to have comms people at the April meeting or not. But there has to be a place to discuss communications and messaging in April.
Okay, great. Member Tamaki?
Yeah, I was just going to say I strongly agree with that. I think that the signature deliverable, that's most tangible and immediate is the report. And I think because it's so comprehensive and in many ways, an eye opener, I would say, for most Americans by far. I think it's going to be a big deal. So it'd be great if we really, really get ready for that.
Yeah, and the one other thing I was going to say is, and I don't know whether we need to discuss this with the comms people in April, but we should talk about Juneteenth and whether we want to have some, some messaging around that date. I definitely have some ideas about that, but I think it's a critical inflection point for the work that we're doing, and we should be thinking about that maybe in April.
I am mindful of time. I do want to move the agenda along. And so based on the discussion we're having, it seems as if we are going to just solidify what occurs in February, March, and April in terms of dates and topicality. And so from what I'm hearing, we want a 2-day hearing in February, in part based on Chemerinsky's availability, which is February 23rd and 24th, where we will commemorate Black History Month, finalize the question of eligibility, and of course, discuss the pending report or impending report. And then, and that will be a virtual hearing in light of the governor's executive order. And then in March, we have the quorum dates of the 28th and the 29th, where on the hearing proposal, we'll discuss the war on drugs, the history of policing, anti-Black bias, and a continuation of the discussion of the report. And Attorney Newman, I just have one clarifying question. Are you saying that we need to clarify today in this meeting whether the April meeting will be virtual or in person?
Well, if the executive order is terminated, then it's got to be in person. So the question is, does the task force want to vote now, theoretically vote in February instead? But for us to be able to plan, it'd be helpful to know ahead of time. But we need to have a vote from the task force whether, if it is available, the task force would prefer to meet virtually or if the executive order is lifted, whether it would prefer to, well, I'm sorry.
It's confusing.
I confused myself.
It's terminated, right?
Right. Presuming the executive order ends when it does, the task force will be meeting virtually. If the executive order is extended, the task force has the option of meeting virtually or in person with COVID, protections. That's the question that we need to get answered so that we can schedule as necessary.
Okay. Does anyone have any strong feelings about, about if the executive order is extended, whether we would want to continue to be virtual or elect to meet in person? Member Tamaki.
So I have a question for the task force members and Michael, and especially those in government. I mean, you all, Assembly Member Joan Sawyer and others are dealing with this. So as a member of the public, I kind of assume that if the governor extends the order, that's basically the best practice recommendation. That is to say, if you can avoid indoor in-person events, that would be what most people would do. And unless I'm mistaken, and that's, and with based upon that presumption, I guess my vote would be to meet virtually. But I do want to say, if the will of the task force is to meet face to face, I'm there. But I view these governor's orders as basically here's what people should do if they have the choice. So maybe you all can clarify that for me.
So when you talk about the Assembly and the Senate, and I think even the governor's office, there's a new term of art that we now use because of COVID. And what we generally say when it comes to indoor events, indoor meetings, gatherings of any kind, we will say, and I quote, out of abundance of caution, we will not meet with with people in person. We will not have fundraisers and events, because the last thing you want as a governmental agency is to have an event and then you are the super spreader event. And not only is it embarrassing, it's kind of careless, and it's when it comes to public health, that's why when the governor makes an edict based on what the medical professionals say and the public health professionals say, we almost always go with what they say. Because if there is a super spreader event when we have session, we will tell members that have come in contact or believed to have come in contact with somebody with COVID that out of an abundance of caution, they can't come to the meeting to vote. They can't be anywhere near the Capitol. They can't get in a car with another member. They can't get in the car with special services. You become quarantined for 5 to 10 days, depending on your situation. And so I would suggest that we adopt kind of the same cautionary provisions. Again, the last thing we want is there's a serious outbreak and they go back to this task force as the one that's the super spreader. So I guess I'm saying whatever the governor says, let's follow what precautions he puts out.
Okay, member girls. Mute.
I'm sorry, is it possible then for me to make a motion on all of this? Or take a stab at it? Okay. So I move that we approve the February, March, and April meetings as laid out by members Moore and Lewis, Chair Moore and Member Lewis. And with the April meeting, that it will be in person if there are no governor's orders. If there is a governor's order, that it will then be virtual.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it has been properly moved and seconded that the February, March, and April hearing topics are approved as outlined by myself and member Scott Lewis, and that in the event that the executive order from the governor is not lifted, we will meet virtually. We'll continue to meet virtually. Is there any discussion on the matter? Hearing no discussion, I'd like to turn to Parliamentarian Johnson so that a roll call vote may be established.
Yes. Yes, the motion, I will call the roll for the motion on the floor. Chair Moore,
Aye.
Vice Chair Brown,
Yes.
Vice Chair Brown votes yes. Member Bradford,
Aye.
Member Bradford votes aye. Member Grills,
Aye.
Member Grills votes aye. Member Holder,
Aye.
Member Holder votes aye. Member Jones Sawyer,
Aye.
Member Jones Sawyer votes aye. Member Lewis,
Aye.
Member Lewis votes aye. Member Tamaki,
Aye.
Member Tamaki votes aye. Member Montgomery Stepp,
Aye.
Member Montgomery Stepp votes aye. Madam Chair, 9 members voted, 9 voted aye, and 0 nays.
Thank you. There are 9 ayes and 0 nays, and so the motion carries. The ayes have it. So the next item on the agenda, Parliamentarian Johnson, is there a way that I can just kind of skip to another agenda item and come back quick? Because I think item number 24, which is agenda for the next meeting, kind of coincides like perfectly with what we're just discussing right now. So like
you can, yes, you can reorder the business. Yes.
Okay, great. So I'm going to reorder the business and just go straight into a discussion for a potential action item, the agenda for the next meeting, which would be in February. So I would kindly ask for staff to put onto the screen for the benefit of the public and the task force the agenda that staff has helped assist with creating for the February meeting. It's the document that Grills mentioned earlier. Yes, thank you.
Chair Moore, may I be recognized?
Yes, Attorney Newman, you're recognized.
Thank you. So just a couple of things about the agenda, as I mentioned earlier. So this is essentially can be considered an agenda for the March meeting. And then the February meeting, I think we still, it's going to be hard without any paper or anything like that. But essentially the February meeting that you've laid out on the agenda that you circulated, which would include a large portion addressing honoring current and past reparations advocates and movements, a report 1 update, and then an update on the expert scope of work. And I believe you just mentioned that it would also include a discussion and vote on community eligibility. So I think the question I have a question, which is, I'm presuming you're contemplating that now as a 2-day meeting. And then just to reiterate, the dates that we have quorum are February 23rd and 24th. So I don't know if you want to, before moving to the March agenda, you want to have a vote on the outline, the general parameters for the February agenda, and then we can move to the March agenda.
Okay, great. And I'll just restate quickly the parameters as outlined in the proposal that we just referred to. And so the February meeting, I think, based on our discussions, would be a 2-day meeting on the 23rd and the 24th, where we would honor Black History Month by honoring reparations advocates in the past and in the present. We'll also have a discussion on the report in addition to having Chimorensi speak, and then also in addition to that, having a discussion and a vote on the community of eligibility. Those are the 4 major components that would comprise of that 2-day meeting. So we can just take if anyone wants to put a motion out on the floor as it relates to solidifying the 23rd and the 24th and those topics as outlined.
So moved.
There's a second?
I will second.
So it has been properly moved and seconded that our February meeting will occur on the 23rd and the 24th, where we will honor Black History Month, discuss Report 1, have a conversation and vote on the community of eligibility, in addition to, I believe, the economic consultants' work. Is there any discussion on the matter? Hearing no further discussion, I'll turn to Parliamentarian Johnson so that a roll call vote may be established.
Can you? Yes.
Did I restate the motion? Or?
Yeah, I can't. Okay, there's a paper and it's blocking my.
Oh, if folks can temporarily remove the paper for Parliamentarian Johnson's benefit, please. Thank you.
Thank you. I will take the roll call vote for the motion on the floor. Chair Moore?
Aye.
Vice Chair Brown?
Yes.
Vice Chair Brown votes yes. Member Bradford?
Bradford, aye.
Member Bradford votes aye. Member Grills?
Aye.
Member Grills votes aye. Member Holder?
Aye.
Member Holder votes aye. Member Jones Sawyer?
Aye.
Member Jones Sawyer votes aye. Member Lewis?
Aye.
Member Lewis votes aye. Member Tamaki?
Aye.
Member Tamaki votes aye. Member Montgomery Steppe?
Aye.
Member Montgomery Steppe votes aye. Madam Chair, there are 9 members voting. There are 9 ayes and 0 nays.
Thank you. There are 9 ayes and 0 nays, so the ayes have it and the motion carries. So now we'll discuss the March meeting. And so the quorum dates were March 28th, 29th, and the 30th. So that's a Monday, Tuesday, and a Wednesday. And we don't have to necessarily, go ahead.
All right, Chair Moore. We have additional quorum dates. March 22nd and 23rd are also quorum dates.
Oh, okay. So.
And I just have one question, sorry, just before we move on to March. For February, given that it's a very short turnaround, I humbly request that if anybody has anybody they want considered for this ceremonial component of the meeting, I would really appreciate if you get that to us by no later than Monday, because we're going to have to start confirming witnesses immediately, and it's a short turnaround. We'll have to give notice by, I think, around February 9th. So please, if you have anybody you want to be a part of that, provide us that information really no later than Monday, and we're going to need to get that all wrapped up pretty quickly. Thank you.
I'll just put it on record now. I would like to see Mary Frances Berry. She's an author who wrote My Face is Black is True, about Callie House, who was an ex-slave and the first person to do reparations work out of slavery through her organization. Okay. So back to March. Thank you for that. So we have initial quorum dates of the 22nd and the 23rd, along with the 28th, the 29th, and the 30th. And so we don't have to put the paper back on the screen, but essentially the March meeting would consist of a conversation on the history of policing, the criminal legal system, the war on drugs, and anti-Black bias and hate crimes. So at this time, we can just put a motion on, someone can put a motion on the floor and just select the dates out of the quorum dates that we have, and then maybe we can have a discussion about those dates. But essentially, if they're quorum dates, that means we're all available. So people can just pick, the dates, whether that's March 22nd and 23rd or March 28th and 29th, or March 29th and March 30th.
I'll put a motion.
Member Holder?
I move that, given that we have quorum dates available for March 29th and March 30th, we hold the meeting on March 29th and March 30th.
Is there a second?
Second.
So it has been properly moved and seconded that our March hearing will occur on the dates of the 29th and the 30th, and the topics covered will be on the war on drugs, the history of policing, anti-Black bias, and the criminal legal system. Is there any, now I'll move to discussion. Is there any discussion on the matter? Hearing no discussion, we will turn to Parliamentarian Johnson so that a roll call vote may be established.
Thank you. Paulina, roll call vote on the motion before us on the quorum dates of March 29th and 30th. Chair Moore?
Aye.
Vice Chair Brown?
Yes.
Vice Chair Brown votes yes. Member Bradford?
Bradford, aye.
I'm sorry?
Bradford, aye. Bradford, aye.
Thank you. Member Grills?
Aye.
Member Grills votes aye. Member Holder?
Aye.
No?
Aye.
Oh, Member Holder, aye. Member Jones Sawyer?
Aye.
Member Jones Sawyer, aye. Member Lewis?
Aye.
Member Lewis, aye. Member Tamaki?
Aye.
Member Tamaki, aye. Excuse me. Member Montgomery Stepp?
Aye.
Member Montgomery Stepp votes aye. Madam Chair, there were 9 members voting, 9 ayes and 0 nays.
Thank you. There are 9 ayes and 0 nays, so the ayes have it and the motion carries. So now we can turn back to the second to last item, which is essentially the last item on the agenda for the day, for the month, is potential action item continuation of the chat function. But I want to say for the April dates, we've already voted that if the executive order is not lifted, we'll continue to meet in person, but we haven't solidified any April quorum dates just yet. So we'll have to do that in the near future at our next meeting. So I believe that California Department of Justice put this back onto the agenda because we were scheduled to meet in person soon. And so, the chat function would be deemed obsolete. And so this is just a discussion as to whether we want to have it on or off as we continue to meet virtually. And I am ambivalent at this point about it. So if anyone wants to put a motion on the floor as to whether we should continue the chat function as we continue to meet virtually or not, this is the time to do so.
And Chair Moore, this is Michael, just to clarify, it's a technical cleanup because when originally voted on, the vote was only for it to be on the then one remaining in virtual meeting. So technically it only covered this meeting. And so that's why it needs to be voted on it needs to be voted on by the task force in order to continue, because otherwise the authorization ends here. So that's why it's on the agenda.
So I'll go ahead and move that we continue chat function for purposes of virtual meetings for so long as we have virtual meetings.
I would second that. I think public input is critical.
So it has been properly moved and seconded that we continue the chat function so as long as we meet virtually. Is there any discussion on the matter? Hearing no discussion, I will turn to Parliamentarian Johnson so that a roll call vote may be established.
Thank you. I'm calling the roll call for the vote on the motion to continue the chat function. Chair Moore?
Aye.
Chair Moore votes aye. Vice Chair Brown?
Yes.
Vice Chair Brown votes yes. Member Bradford?
Aye.
Member Bradford votes aye. Member Grills?
Aye.
Member Grills votes aye. Member Holder?
Aye.
Member Holder votes aye. Member Jones Sawyer?
Aye.
Member Jones Sawyer votes aye. Member Lewis?
Aye.
Member Lewis votes aye. Member Tamaki?
Aye.
Member Tamaki votes aye. Member Montgomery Stepp?
Aye.
Member Montgomery Stepp. Madam Chair, there were 9 members voting, 9 ayes and 0 nays.
Thank you. So there are 9 ayes and 0 nays, and so the ayes have it, and so the motion carries. So that means that this is the last item on our agenda. So we will now adjourn. But before we do so, I just wanted to thank, of course, all the task force members and the incredible California DOJ staff for all the hard work that we've been doing since June, but even since the beginning of this year. There's just so many moving parts. And so, I just want to say thank you all. And then also thank you to the members of the public for your incredible engagement and input. So without further ado, it is 5:36 and we will adjourn until February 23rd and 24th. Thank you.
Thank you all. Good night.